Mm. Got it. Let's see.
It says the video is unavailable, but
It's preparing now. It's
yeah,
redirecting.
it should take a couple of seconds before it's available.
So now it's on here on.
It's on the nav link right now. That's good.
Can you send me the embed link again, just in case, to compare
Yeah.
if it's the same link?
Take a couple seconds before it's available. So
It's coming here on the chat to Claudio. Boom, boom. There we go.
Yeah, it's a different link.
Okay, so now we know that we can't just. We have to start. We have to start it. Yeah.
But we have the same problems before. The video is not available on other websites. So you may want to check the settings again on studio.youtube.com.
Okay. Maybe there. Must do that again. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, so it's really, it doesn't save. It's interesting. So I have to go in here and do it all again. Bam, 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 bam. No. Two more. And I would also like to put this little mini picture here. Let's see if I can do that. Boom, and then save. Now, I hope it's working on it. It wants to be saved.
Seems like it's working now. Yeah,
that's beautiful.
We got it working. So
yeah, so now we now at least we know that I can prepare this before I put it on stream. That's well, maybe that's another way around it. But what we do tomorrow is that we start it and then we good. So should we decide?
and the thumbnail's working too, so it looks really good.
Perfect. Okay.
Claudio, I know it's very late in the last minute to ask you this, but did let's see. We don't have a time. You didn't find a timer yet. We'll just use the one I have. Is that it?
Yeah. I was trying to code one myself, but I thought it was going to be too much trouble actually, because I couldn't get the JavaScript to work on my GitHub server. So
not a problem. Okay.
I can still try to get something fast. I'd say it's better.
No. Let me just actually, you know what? Daniel,
on the other hand, one thing I was using, if you're on are you on a Windows computer or are you on a Mac?
I'm on a Mac.
And I'm on a PC.
Right. So Windows has a timer on its own, an alarms and clock app it's called Alarms and Clock, and it can display a countdown and it can go full screen.
Okay, I'm on Alarms and Clock.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll set it for say.
It has timer.
Okay.
So you can create a timer as a countdown, and you can use that, and you can go full screen with it.
How do I go full screen with it? I wonder.
I'll show you.
Okay, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to share screen now.
All right, great.
Daniel, do I have full host yet or not?
You are. Wait, should I give you host or co-host now?
You can give him co-host.
I give you co-host now.
Hello.
Hi, Ludmila.
Hi, Ludmila.
Are you there? I create, Claudia is co-host, Don is co-host, and now I create a co-host for you, Ludmila.
Right. So that's exactly how it works. The alarms.
And when you go to the stream, that's what's showing right now.
Yeah.
I noticed a live stream here is not showing again on the,
No, it takes at least 10 seconds.
okay, let me go to the nav site. Anyway, do you see that full screen? You don't see anything else?
It's full screen.
Okay, so that'll work if we have to, right?
Yeah. Remember, you can pin yourself there. I'm
not
actually
gonna
gonna.
do any pinning because it's too much to unpin, and I'm not, believe me, I have very low. I've been up all night. I can't trust myself for too many things right now. But okay, so we got that clock. I also have another clock here, which will work. Stop share. But maybe I just don't bother with too much of this nonsense right now.
As long as that's working, I think it should be fine. It's a very simple and clean interface, so I think it's gonna be okay.
Right. I mean, this one works like this. If you guys think this is better, or maybe it doesn't matter.
I think it's fine, personally. Oh, this is nice too. I think maybe this is even better.
Yeah, it's more clean, and yeah.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
It looks
much better than this crappy thing we had, the app that was like a participant.
I gotta figure out how to get out of it.
It was almost impossible to take it away. So, but I saw the tryout version was ended today, so I'm happy again.
Right. Okay, so let me a few things here before we begin, because I still got some other things I got to do before the conference starts. If that's okay with everyone. Right now, I'm co-host, right? And you want to leave me that way, Daniel?
Well, I can put you as a main host when we decided together that we are, because it's good if you are the host, if you are part of the every minute part of the conference.
Here's something I would like to try right now. I'm going to make a breakout room, and I'd like you guys to assign yourselves in it. Okay.
So maybe I could create. Yeah, you can do the.
Can you guys join it? Go to room 1 and hit join.
Participants. Honestly, I don't see the room, so.
I don't have any joining.
Oh, you don't have any? Okay, so you don't see anything here.
Oh,
so Ludmilla, what did you do that you were able to get in, Ludmilla? Ludmilla?
I don't think she's there.
Ludmilla? Israel, what did you do to get in? Oh, they're in the room. They can't see me.
I don't think they can hear you because they are in the room.
Right.
Okay. So maybe I should.
Let me hold on. Let me see.
Room.
You'll tell us, and then we can try it again. You guys don't see a breakout room message. Okay.
Maybe you should invite me instead as Daniel.
Right. So there's
Hold on 1 second. Israel, how did you get in the breakout room? What did you do?
In the lower side of the screen, there is this more, and then there was this option join breakout room, and I just click on it.
Okay, you guys don't see that. If I make it again, Ludmilla, how did you get on the breakout room?
Oh, I saw it. There is a join breakout room option.
On the bottom of the screen?
On upper left corner.
Could you show Claudio and?
I found it. I found it already.
Because how would you describe this to participants? How can I tell them to get on?
They would have to go to more and join breakout room.
Will all participants have more?
Yes.
Where is the more?
I don't know because
next to leave.
Next
There's
to
the leave button, the red button that says leave. To its left, there's 3 dots, and it says more.
Okay, so you all have that.
I think you have it as a co-host. I don't think. I think I don't. Because I don't have it as a participant. That I'm both nav, which you can see now, and the still picture which I can see here actually.
Um,
I don't have it as a participant.
And you know what, Daniel, I also don't have it.
also don't
I'm
have
on my iPhone, but I have it like on my upper left corner, and there is just this button, join breakout room, and it's like a small white square.
This is interesting because I don't have it either.
Yeah, Jana and I are hosts and we don't have it. Daniel, unhost me, please.
Okay. Don. Withdraw. No, now you are not a co-host, Don.
And I still don't have it.
Ludmila and Claudio
You know
is
what?
co-host.
Okay, if I just hit join over where it says room 1, Daniel, try this. Do you see where the breakout room pop-up box is?
Yeah.
Do you see where the blue thing, it says room 1 and then to the right, join?
I don't see any join.
Let me show you my screen. Do you see the join or you don't see? Hold on.
Yeah, so that works.
You see it? Join?
No.
I'm going to join and come out. So join, yes, and then leave.
No, I don't know.
But it looks like most people have it, so I think that'll be all right. If I go to breakout room, when you hit breakout room on the bottom, Daniel, do you see on the bottom, do you see where it says breakout room? Can you hit that?
Yeah, me as a host can hit the breakout rooms and I can see.
But you don't see the word join
No.
in the pop-up box. Breakout room in progress, join.
No, I will see, I try to see it here as a participant.
Well, then maybe it's best if you don't make me host, because I might need to join the breakout room. And as co-host, I think I can. Am I co-host now or I'm not?
You are not, but I will give you that now.
Okay, thanks.
Make co-host. So now you're a co-host again, together with Claudio and
now
Ludmila. Is there anyone else who we should invite as co-host as you see it?
Yeah, would you invite Ludmila and Claudio?
Yeah, they are already.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, and then when chairs come in like Paul and Kalevi, I'll also give them co-host privilege.
Which one? You just tell me then. Who was it?
Well, they haven't signed in yet. I'll have to
No.
see what email what address they're signing in with. I'll give it to Kalevi and Paul and Nora as co-hosts today, as chairs.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so pretty good, I think. What do you guys think? What else do we need to do here? We should all stay online, right? We shouldn't close anything, correct?
I don't think so. No, it's 20 minutes left, so we should keep on. Otherwise, we have to restart the live stream, and that's not good.
So the live stream is streaming on Nav, and it's streaming on our website.
I was trying to fiddle a bit with the iframe, but I'm just gonna leave it be. Like
I think it's okay.
It looks a bit too small for me. I wanted to change make it a relative size, but I think I cannot embed CSS on the website.
Oh, for right now,
I'm just not gonna do anything.
I wouldn't mess with it right now, Claudio. It looks, I mean, you can always just go full screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or can you? Mine's not going full screen, but I'm not going to worry about it. You can see what's going on.
Oh no, you cannot go full screen, but you can press on the YouTube button and it will let you go. Let me see if I can do some.
To the nav site. Got it. Okay. and it does.
Well, that would be
Oh no,
very.
in theory you can go full screen. I have the option for allowing full
Okay.
screen. So
Guys, hold on a second. You guys deal with other stuff. I'm gonna take care of something over here. I'm gonna,
All right.
my wife is on the other computer. Hey, hon, can you go to those links?
So okay, is it the WordPress platform you're working with?
no, we're working on Google sites.
Okay.
So the thing is, Don got this, and I'm just trying to make the most out of it. But
Okay.
it's very limiting
that,
in terms of
Claudia?
what you can do.
It's the Google site
Yeah.
problem
It
here
doesn't.
now.
It lets you embed some code, but you cannot call CSS functions. You cannot call JavaScript or anything. It doesn't give you access to the root or anything. It's
Okay.
just very, very limited.
That's sad because it should be a little bit bigger than that.
I already made it slightly bigger, but the problem is you cannot make it a relative size. I wanted to fiddle with it so that the stream would look on a like it would be relative to the size of the screen, but you cannot do that. So I just made it slightly bigger. If you reload the page, you'll see that it's just slightly bigger on the same ratio.
That's better. That's better. Definitely.
The basic embed of YouTube is 500 something by 300 something. So I just made it 640 by 360 just to make it a good size for most screens.
Mm-hmm. They want everyone to click to come into YouTube.
Yeah.
So they have control of them.
Yeah. And I think we will embed the same thing on the home page. Don, do you think we should remove the banner about the in-person meeting details? I don't think we need it
Unless
anymore.
somebody shows up tonight. Why don't we just, you can't just get it on the Stockholm page, right?
No, you can only put it either on the home page or everywhere on the website.
Does it interfere with anything?
That's the only way.
I mean, I was just getting, I mean, doesn't interfere with anything, does it, Claudio?
No, not at all. It's
okay. I'm still getting people, saying, hey, I'm going, or I might go. So I figure they better know what they're going to get when they get there. Daniel, did people come by? Did you see Ludmilla and Tyler and everyone today?
I know that Ludmilla will come later here because she wants to start at the hotel. But there are a few others. I think if you can see them here, there are Jeremiah and there is.
Oh, great! Who's there?
Well, it's Jeremiah and Joanna and Boris.
Oh, Joanna and Boris and how you guys doing?
I will take out. I will take.
It's okay. I need to do some setup before I begin, so I'm actually going to go off camera for a bit.
Now they can hear you.
Okay. Maybe hiya, Tyler. Do you guys want me to put a countdown? How soon should I put the countdown screen for share screen? Shall I put it on now while people are coming in?
You can put it on now. We can mute the channel and leave it there.
One thing here. Hiya, Joanna. Yeah. Hello, Kalevi. Unmute yourself.
Hi, Kalevi. Hello.
Daniel.
Yeah.
There's a notice for 5 unassigned participants here. I thought we said it that we didn't have to assign them. Oh, that's breakout room. Okay, I'm going to close the breakout room. That's good. Good. All good. Hello, Kalevi.
Very good to see you all. You say just where will be the button for breakout room?
The button for what?
For breakout room.
Do you see it on the bottom? I haven't made one. The breakout room's closed now.
Right now.
I'll make one.
Please make one so that we can show them how to do it.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so, we want to delete this room. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to close this one moment. Okay, room's going to be called room 2. Don't worry about it. I'm going to open it and you can self-assign. Okay, Kalevi, do you see where it says room 2? Go to join.
Breakout rooms.
In progress. Click that
Very good. There is just
And now-
one room, yeah?
No,
Yeah.
yes, go in, hit join, Kalevi, and I'll join you there. Under your name, it says room 2. On the right, join.
Room 2. Room 2. Join. Yes.
Okay, I will join. Then we'll come back. Then we'll do some other stuff.
Is my sound okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So whenever a countdown timer is set, I'll probably just go live with the stream on the homepage too.
All right. So I think I'll put the timer at full
Yeah.
screen at around, when shall I put it on? Maybe we're going to start at 7:10.
The moment you put the timer, I'll go live with the stream on the homepage too. When you put
Okay,
the counter.
let's wait until, do you want to put the timer on now for 25 minutes?
You should put it now so that it's there anyway. Like you can just put it in, and whenever you are ready, we can put it in the full screen. You can put it on the full screen so that we'll stream
Hold
it.
on, let me start. Because then I've got to do a couple other things offline.
And when you tell me, I'll go live with the poster page.
Okay, hold on a second. I have a problem now. Hold on. Okay, so it's 6:45. We're going to start at in 25 minutes. Okay. And I will share screen and I'll see you all in 25 minutes.
All right.
Good?
Wait, let's make sure that we got the pin right so that we are seeing things full screen the whole time. All right. I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to pin you. I'm going to pin you. And then when you go live with the counter, we're going to, you're going to stop your video so that it only shows the.
All right, but Claudia, you better do all the unpinning of me because
don't worry. Don't worry.
I'll never be able to keep that in mind.
So, well, for now, we'll remove pin.
Can I ask a question? Because Nora Benson is texting us that she cannot access the Zoom because it is asking for password.
What did I say?
Password is she has the password. It's on the link.
Okay.
Can you email her? Can you guys take care of that? I got something I got to fix stuff up over here. You see the link, right? Password's in it.
Okay.
You should ask her to get on so that we know she's on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Daniel and Claudio and Ludmila, can I trust for you guys? If I go off for a bit, can you guys take care of all
just
Get
set
Nora
your
on,
timer. Please set the
get everybody
timer
on.
and we'll take
Timer's
care
on.
of it.
If I go share screen, you'll still see each other, right? In gallery view, yeah?
No worries. It's
Okay, I'm
gonna
gonna go share screen.
Yeah.
If I can find it.
Great. Now I'm gonna pin it for now. Or pin you rather.
Make sure Nora gets on.
Don, can you hear me? So now you share your screen, but you share more than the clock. You share also the
I see a picture of myself there. So what you have to do when you're sharing your screen is just share that specific application that you're using.
How about, what do you want, Mac or PC, Claudio?
I'm on Windows.
Okay, how about you put up a clock?
All right, I can do that. It's not. I'm just gonna use the Windows one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of share screen. I'm out of share screen now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Maybe tomorrow we'll fix this clock business up.
So it's in.
So you unpin him.
11 minutes.
Have you unpinned?
There's Nora.
Hello. Hold on.
Hi, Nora. How you doing? I'm off screen now because I gotta set something up on my computer, or I will not be able to present. So
Hi, Nora. Good to see you.
A few minutes. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
So Claudio, have you unpinned Don?
I think I did. Let me just see if I did. Screen sharing is paused. Just done the share.
So Nora, can you hear me?
I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. And are you out at your home in Ekerö?
I am.
You are. Okay.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. And are you coming here to this team some days?
I'm going to come for dinner tonight, and hopefully, do you want to join us for dinner tonight?
I will see if I can change my plans then. Do you know time? We can talk about it.
Well, I think around 8, because I'm chairing the last session and then I drive an hour to get there. So 8, and that'll give everybody else time to find their way there too.
Okay. Well, let's have some conversation around that later.
Okay, that sounds great.
So you
How
see
are
the team here? You see the team here in the background?
I do. Yeah.
Wave to Nora. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Nice to see you.
Okay, good. So 9 minutes to go. Yeah.
What's the game plan? I was saying, I was watching the.
Yeah, you are kind of running yourself. Yeah, right. That's the plan. I haven't done any setup for. Maybe we can change that idea. We can, but I think we should go for.
Just use one computer, so we synchronize.
Yeah, you could actually find the HDMI cable and use the big screen, and you can connect your computer.
That'd be great. Yes. Yeah. We also happen to have the MacBooks and HDMI like.
It should be somewhere because it's all Macs around here. So is it the new?
I think
is it the new?
Yes. No, it's this one.
It's this one.
Yeah.
The old one.
Can you just borrow it?
Yeah, you can borrow
Thank
it.
you.
So I will just find that.
Little question, if I may. Just the program says that start will be 1:10. Is it correct? Will we begin?
Yeah, Kalevi's got a point here. The program definitely says 1:10 introductory remarks.
Okay, maybe just thought idea that the first 10 minutes are for gathering. So, okay. So, Nora.
Yeah.
As I've understood, I'll say just a couple of sentences in the beginning, and then you will follow.
And I'll say a couple of sentences
Yeah.
and then we continue, right? So everybody is keeping this
Yeah.
very brief.
Very good.
Good.
So, but we will start at 1:10, as I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, that means still 16 minutes. Yes. Thank you.
Good. Dawn, are you still there? Can you hear me? Nice.
Claudio, are you there?
I am.
Okay, could I just do a hands up here, because if we are, I will start the recording to the cloud, but there's pretty long, every day is quite six hours.
Yeah,
so
it's around
it
6
might
hours.
turn into some limit. So will there be any chance, can you download after the first day or the second day, can you download the first day, the second day somewhere?
Sure. Will you have the links on Zoom or somewhere else?
I can send it to you after the first day. I'll send the link to you so you can download it.
Sure, no problem.
So, and then we can have some free space for the rest of the days. I empty the space now, but
All right.
there's some.
Yeah, no problem. I can do that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. All right. All right, dear. Dum-ba-dum. All right. Okay, I'm as on as I'm going to be. We'll wait till 10 after. See some good friends here from all over. Ron from Australia, Philip from Northeast, there's Paul Cobley, Yammer. All right, 30 participants so far, looking good. We'll just wait till the countdown's over. Sorry, we don't have a prettier countdown. We'll work on that over the time. Maybe put some music on, but right now it's the best we could do. Okay, we're 20 seconds away from our gatherings. All right. Welcome everyone from all around the world to our 21st annual International Gatherings in Biosemiotics. It's been a long road to get here for all of us, and we thank you all for joining in. We want to be able to keep to our schedule today, maybe even go a little faster. But I wanted to start our proceedings today by having our president of the International Society of Biosemiotic Studies, Kalevi Kull, say a few words to us, and then our host in Sweden, Nora Bateson, to say a few words to us from the International Bateson Institute. Then I'll say a few words to us, and then we'll talk a little bit about logistics of participation in the conference. And then I'll turn it over to Kalevi for chairing the first session. So, President Kalevi, would you like to say a few words of welcome?
Thank you, Don. Dear friends, it's so happy feeling to be together, sharing our wish to deeply understand life, sharing our view that this is possible through biosemiotics, which means via the work of scholars who are connecting biology with semiotics. Welcome everybody in the 21st annual gatherings in biosemiotics on behalf of the International Society of Biosemiotic Studies, while at the same time in many places of the world. We are also in Stockholm this year, where at least some of us are just now. My greetings come to you from the Jakob von Uexküll Biological Station in Puhtu at the western coast of Estonia. We share an understanding that semiosis is an attribute of life itself, and also that semiotics cannot be a whole or complete without its fundamentals in the realm of pre-linguistic life. Thus, we are changing semiotics and we are changing biology. Both should become better. Small steps for us, a big step for science. Most of the time, each of us is involved in research at our own place, but already for 2 decades, we used to meet once a year for 4 days, which means 1% of our time being together for synergy. Many, many thanks indeed for our this year's host, the International Bateson Institute in Sweden, and to Don Favaro and his team for organizing this year's gatherings. So let's keep a free, creative atmosphere for all the good we can access via our studies, via science that can be defined as the mutual help in understanding. As Jesper Hofmeier told us and emphasized since 21 years ago, we should keep our rules in minimum, except following precisely those temporarily established by organizers. Biosemiotics is wonderful, and so are you, the scholars who love it. Since meaning exists, its study, biosemiotics, never disappears. Let me wish wonderful gatherings. Thank you, dear friends.
Thank you, Kalevi Kuhl, President of the International Society of Biosemiotic Studies, for starting off our 21st annual International Gatherings in Biosemiotics. We would now like to have Nora Bateson of the International Bateson Institute for our really first time ever kind of mixed, hybrid, multi-disciplinary, multinational, online, offline conference to also say a few words of welcome to you all.
Well, thank you. And I think the first thing that I just would love to say is that this coming together of the International Bateson Institute and the world of biosemiotics is, is formally a wonderful opportunity to see this happening this year. And informally, of course, there's been a kind of intellectual and curiosity in which we have been family for a long time. And I think that one of the things I really must do is mention Jesper Hofmeier, who was a beloved member of the IBI advisory board and research team in our early experiments and explorations, and then also just to acknowledge my father in all of this. Gregory Bateson's work has, I think, in many ways been kind of misunderstood to be systems theory or to be about complexity, and I have always felt that there was a slightly uncomfortable positioning there, because really what he was studying was life. And of course, his work has contributed quite a bit to various theoretical models, from cybernetics to all kinds of information theory and so on and so forth. But really, what he was looking at was the fascinating paradoxes and the rigor of really looking at relationship and communication in living systems, which is to say complex living systems. So I think I would love to thank whoever's idea it was to do this in Stockholm and have the IBI be the host. I'm, of course, disappointed that it's still Corona and people couldn't travel and we can't actually be together, and I can't actually be the host that I would like to be for all of you in person. And I know that there's several members of the International Bateson Institute in the group who will be presenting. And that they would love to be here too, to welcome all of you. And somewhere in our mind's eye and our heart's eye, we're all in a forest together in the summertime in Sweden, sitting on the stumps and on the forest floor, having this conversation. And I would love to see that happen. So here we are. And again, thank you, Daniel at NAV, for helping organize all of this, and Dawn, and I think also Philip has helped quite a bit. And I won't name everybody, but you know who you are. Like Kalevi said, it's such a great possibility to pull biology a little bit and moved semiotics a little bit. And I think in doing so, one of the things that what we're starting to see is, especially in this group, is that this is actually bringing more scholarly inquiry. It's pushing us harder. So I had a moment of thinking, oh, I should post this link so that lots of people can come. And then I sort of felt like, I think it's better if the people that are here are the ones who are willing to do the work, because otherwise it can appear from the outside that we're just looking at how forests talk. And that could be misunderstood, but of course that is what we're doing. Only bringing to that the depth of the scholars in this group and the history of the scholarly work behind it, from Jesper to my father to all of you. So I think I'll stop there and just basically say thank you for joining us this year.
Thank you very much, Nora. Thank you very much, Kalevi. It was Victoria Alexander's idea that we meet in Sweden. It was my idea that we meet at all, and it didn't turn out the way we wanted it, but I think it's going to be very good. So I'll just say two. I'll just open with two quotes and then some logistics and some thanks, and then we can get into the good stuff. Two quotes that I came across as I was thinking about these introductory talks, I think will set the stage nice for us. One of the things that seems to be, anytime you have a group of scholars, ideas become in the air. When people start converging and thinking similarly about different concepts, different topics. In my 21 years in biosemiotics, I've seen certain things, semiotic thresholds, semiotic scaffolding, different ideas come to the forefront. This year, I think that one of the ideas that's really come to the forefront is that of aporia. So I wanted to start with this didn't come up full screen, so much for that. Quote by Aristotle that with a view to the science we're seeking, it's necessary we should first review the things about which we need from the outset to be puzzled. So let's do that. Let's be puzzled together. None of us here have made enough progress to be able to say, here is a determination, here is a settled understanding. We're all trying to help each other find our way towards deeper understandings. And in that spirit, happy to hear Jesper being acknowledged. I would also like to talk about Gregory Bateson's quote that interesting phenomena occur when two or more rhythmic patterns are combined. And these phenomena illustrate very aptly the enrichment of information that occurs when one description is combined with another. This is indeed our goal in biosemiotics. This is indeed our goal in bringing the Bateson Institute and the Institute for Semiotic Studies together. And it would not have happened without NAV Sweden, without Daniel Lundqvist, without Nora Bateson, without the 5 members of the organizing committee who remain anonymous for the abstract selection. And I would like to say, because this will not be with, he'll not be with us on our last day when this is conventionally done. Claudio Rodriguez Seguera has been, for me, a lifesaver. The unsung hero, the unheralded hero of this gatherings is Claudio. Claudio worked day and night setting up things with Daniel, with me, putting up the website, connecting to all kinds of apps and embeddings, teaching all of us how to put on a good conference. Claudio put on our conference last year from Olomouc, Czech Republic, with Ludmila Lakova. And we'll be doing so again next year. But I really wanted to give a sincere, bottom of my heart, thank you to Claudio for really making this this gatherings to come together. So if you'll all give Claudio a round of applause, it's certainly well earned. Hey, Claudio, can you see this? You want to say something?
No, just thank you very much. Thank you for your kind words. I didn't do
even
nearly
feel
as much as you did, so I don't think I deserve
shy.
that much praise. Thank you.
You do. Okay, so that being said, let's get into the logistics, which is we're doing great on time. We have 6 minutes. Most of you are familiar with the Zoom platform. In the last year and a half, we've all been using it for teaching our classes and many other things. So what we will try to do is to have a breakout room during the 15-minute break between sessions, to which you can self-assign, and it's an open discussion. Just jump in and talk as you would in person. During the talks, whatever time we have left for Q&A, try to keep your questions concise. The chairs will not be able to see 46 participants with their hands raised. You can raise your hand under the reaction button. You can raise your hand participant button. You can raise your hand like this. Please remember to lower your hands when you're done speaking, so you know that you're done. And finally, we'd like to ask that during the actual talks themselves, they're only 20 minutes, so please give your full attention to the speaker and refrain from using the chat function while the speaker is presenting, as it pops up there. It can be distracting, and it's impossible to be typing out your own thoughts and still listening to the stream of ideas coming out from the speaker. Once the presentation is concluded, you can chat within the Q&A session and also throughout the discussion room. Okay, that's just kind of a technical thing we'd like to ask of all of you. All right, that being said, I hope that everyone is ready for a very enlightening and thought-provoking gatherings in biosemiotics. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to the chair of our first session, who is, once again, Kalevi Kuhl. Oh, I would also ask everyone to remember to keep yourself muted while one person is speaking. Otherwise, it will get feedback into the stream. All right, Kalevi, please chair our first session.
Thank you, Don. Thank you very much, everybody. And thus we start our first session with 3 talks. First by Nora Bateson, the second Tyler Bennett, and third Don Favreau. Thus our first speaker, Nora Bateson, International Bateson Institute, Sweden, with her title, Abductive Process, Anticipatory Systems, Transcontextual Mutual Learning, and Aphany Poiesis. Screen is yours, dear Nora. Hi, Nora.
And please unmute. You're still on mute.
That's actually fortunate because I just dropped something and it was really loud. So I'm kind of glad you missed that. I have been working with what I've come to call warm data for a while. And the warm data idea is that, that when you're looking at the way that systems change, what would be the way to explore that information so that the information itself could stay alive? Now, this is a question that came up through the work that actually Jesper was there for the beginning of, Stephen Nachmanovich. Several of the people in the room here were there when the Bateson Institute began to explore the question of how do systems learn. And in that learning, there is a kind of multiple contextual process. I was explaining to Tyler last night that when you play violin, Stephen will be playing violin tomorrow, where's the learning in that? Is it in your muscles? Is it in the relationship to the instrument? Is it in relationship to the teacher, or is it emotional? Is it intellectual? Is it the history, the relationship to the culture of that music? Where's the learning? And in that, what we started to see was that, in fact, that learning was in very different forms through multiple processes of, you could call it cognition, but let's call it learning because I think it's cleaner. And that learning therefore becomes something that my father used to call transcontextual. And it's a great word. and it escaped me for many years, and then one day I found it. So what we're talking about when we talk about how systems learn is a trans-contextual process of various organisms, if you will, or parts of the same organism that are responding to each other, calibrating, shifting, moving. This trans-contextual idea is beautiful, and it opened up quite a bit for me. I have a quote here that I'd like to share with you from my PowerPoint on this. Okay. Can you see? Is it working? Yeah. So Gregory says, let me coin the word trans-contextual as a general term for this genus of syndromes. It seems that both those whose life is enriched by trans-contextual gifts and those who are impoverished by trans-contextual confusions are alike in one respect. There is always or often a double take. I think this ties into the quote that you brought in, Dawn, at the beginning as well. A falling leaf, the greeting of a friend, or a primrose by the river's brim is not just that and nothing more. Exogenous experience may be framed in the context of dream, and internal thought may be projected into the context of the external world, and so on. And for all this, we seek a partial explanation in learning and experience. So warm data became a way of asking the question, well, what do we do with trans-contextual living information? What is that? What are we going to call that? How do we even deal with that? What is that? In the process of working with this over the last, I guess it's been almost 9 years, one of the things that has become most apparent to me is that there is something important that's happening in the unseen. More recently, I've been working with a lot of people who might call themselves change makers, who are eager to change the way people are thinking about themselves and the environment they live within, who are eager to save the world in one way or another. And what I'm seeing is that this inquiry around where is change, okay, back to that question of where is the learning in the violin, where is the change happening, has gotten caught in the explicit, that most of what it is that becomes possible to perceive becomes those things that are labeled, that are noticed in the process. And yet, the difficulty of having any kind of systems change is that most of the actual processes that are holding systems in place are implicit. So one of the things that jiggled this loose for me was the question of insidious. What is insidious? And when you look at things like racism, like corruption, like sexism, like all sorts of things like that, you can't go to someone and tell them, you know, don't hate that person, or stop being corrupt, or even you must love me, okay? Because those processes are not living at that level. They're not living there. So it's very difficult to explicitly tend to those processes which are happening in implicit ways. When I looked up insidious, one of the definitions I found very illuminating, and it said that it was the unseen gradual coming together of processes that had a dangerous outcome, right? So I might like to say that I'm not racist, but there's quite a bit about my life that has been gradual and unseen and unnoticed, in ways in which the bus driver looked at me, ways in which I was treated in school, ways in which I thought about who I could be when I grew up, ways in which I considered my own body or my children's future, that I didn't notice, but that those things were actually, they were reflecting off each other, they were fusing into each other, they were producing something. So I started to ask the question, what would it look like? Clearly, it must be. What would it look like to ask the question of what are those things that are coalescing in unseen ways that are producing vitality? How do we begin to think about vitality as something that is produced in ways that are not necessarily in the explicit habituated processes of the organisms? Okay, and that's really important, to go beyond those explicit habituated processes. Because of course, where would change live? How would we make something new? How would evolution even happen? So I would like to share another quote with you here. This is another one from my father. Can you see it okay? Yeah. He says in the intro to Mind and Nature, he says, I was laying down very elementary ideas about epistemology, that is, about how we can know anything. In the pronoun we, I of course included the starfish in the redwood forest, the segmenting egg, and the Senate of the United States. And in the anything, which these creatures variously know, I included how to grow a five-way symmetry, how to survive a forest fire, how to grow and still stay the same shape, how to learn, how to write a constitution, how to invent and drive a car, how to count to 7, and so on. Marvelous creatures with almost miraculous knowledge and skills. Above all, I included how to evolve, because it seemed to me that both evolution and learning must fit the same formal regularities, or so-called laws. So we need a word for this, right? We need to have a word for the ways in which these unseen coalescences are producing the vitality of a meadow. How does a meadow keep meadowing? Right? All the organisms are changing, but in order to keep the meadow meadowing, the change must take place. So along with some friends in the IBI, and in particular, I'd like to thank Philip Gadamy and Lance Straight, and actually, Stephen, you helped with this too. We came up with a word, and the word takes the first part is a Greek root aphanis, and aphanis means unseen. It has the particular quality to it that means unseen in a kind of humble way, like standing in the shadows, stepping back a bit, kind of being a little to the side, unseen. And we see this word aphanis in words like phenomenon, in fantasy, in phantom, and my favorite in the word diaphanous. So diaphanous is somehow something unseen. There's something, it's not invisible. Okay, this is so important. This is not hidden and it's not invisible. It's just unseen, right? The first time you listen to a piece of music, you might hear the music and hear the notes and resonate with the music, but the 27th time you listen to that piece of music, there's going to be a lot of relational harmonics and memory and everything else. You're going to actually hear a lot more. It's not that it was hidden from you. You just didn't. And when I say unseen, I mean unheard, unperceived, unfelt, unexperienced. The second part of the word is the word poesis, which I think you're familiar with from Maturana's autopoiesis, which basically means to become. So the word that I am proposing here is the word aphanipoiesis. And the idea here is that aphanipoiesis gives us a way to talk about this process of unseen coalescence producing something alive. And the importance of this is that it actually is bringing together all kinds of ideas about abductive process, checking my time. And that for me with the warm data work has been probably where there's been the most loosening and frustration too, of watching how there are two different kinds of abductive process I'd like to discuss here. And they're of course related, but they're slightly different. One is Peirce's abduction, which the hypothesis is featured. And then there's Bateson abduction, in which it's more of a description that's featured, right? So the stick bug in the tree is describing the tree. The tree is a description of the stick bug, where you get things in multiple contexts that are describing each other. And that's a little bit different, but of course it's connected to Peirce's work. And that those things that are coalescing, right? That person who looks at me different on the bus, that way that I'm moving through the world, the songs that my, can you still hear me? That my mother sung to me, that I was, the way all of these things have come together, they have each provided a description of the other. They have provided a tissuing between the gaps. So the abductive process has been right at the core of this discovery of aphanipoiesis. What we're looking at is how all the different contexts in a living system are becoming descriptions of each other. And where does the change happen? How does that territory that's unhabituated serve as a kind of resource of flexibility, right? So those ways in which the organism is not accustomed to perceiving, to behaving, to forming and informing, to communicating, those processes that are not in the habituated are actually lurking with all kinds of, like under the soil, teeming with relational process, ready to be called upon when there's an interruption in the other kinds of communication. So the aphanipoetic realm, if you will, is, I think, an enormously important, for me at least, concept of where change lives, and how to think about ways of addressing that are not so tied up in the cultural affection for those things which can be seen, measured, named, and otherwise controlled, right? The aphanipoetic realm is lurking below where it can be controlled. So what does this mean? Well, one piece of this is this kind of reveal that happened around the hypothesis of looking at how an organism responds to a situation and begins to have those hypotheses is a really good, it's a really good illustration of what was there to begin with. And likewise, the way that response is responded to is again telling us more about what was there to respond with. And that brought me into my father's fifth criteria of mind. And I'm just going to open this up because it's pointless to quote this, I'll tell you. Better do it where you can read it. So in the fifth criteria of, in the fifth criteria of mind, it says, in mental process, the effects of difference are to be regarded as transforms, that is, coded versions of the difference which preceded them. Okay, so this, when I'm teaching classes on this and people say, what in the world does this mean? One of the easiest descriptions of this that I've found is basically to say, when there is a happening, an event, when there is a communication, that communication is not necessarily what was communicated from the person who communicated or the organism that communicated it. Rather, it drops into a kind of teapot of already existing differences that make a difference, and a whole lot of experiences of difference that makes a difference. So that thing that comes in gets transformed and becomes its coded version, right? So an example would be, in cultural terminology, I moved to Sweden, clearly I'm not Swedish. And when in Sweden, it's customary not to talk to someone in the elevator, okay? But I'm from California. And so when you don't talk to someone in the elevator, for me, that information is that they are seeing something wrong with me. They don't want to talk to me. Okay, that is not what they were communicating, because here that communication is, I am respecting your space. We don't talk to each other in the elevator because otherwise we'll always have to talk to each other in the elevator. So let's just don't do that. And so I have transformed and recoded that behavior into communication that leaves me feeling isolated. So when we're looking at this idea of aphanipoesis, this is one of the biggest fantastic possibilities that exists, is this gap. There's a gap, right? What this person did by being quiet and what I understood in our pursuit of meaning, what we have there is a gap. And it's a gap that offers this aphanipoetic realm, this incredibly rich possibility for how those gaps can be tissued. What's between the hints? What's happening in the space that allows us to make those connections of what this person did and what I perceived, and how those retissuing of those gaps can be, even to think about how to keep them wild, right? How do we think about rewilding the gaps? Don't mind the gaps, rewild the gaps. And that in that rewilding, in those gaps, is the possibility for evolutionary behavior of information and formation that is otherwise unseen. You see, that's the issue. If you're talking about where change comes from, it's likely going to be something that this version, the habituated version, cannot perceive. So where is it living? I have one last quote, and then I know my time is up. So, but I just wanted to share this with you. Okay. In sum, all descriptions, all information is such as to touch upon only a few points in the matter to be described. The rest is left uncovered, hinted at perhaps by extrapolation from what's actually communicated, but in principle undetermined and uncontrolled by the message system. The US Constitution, for instance, leaves almost everything unsaid. What lawyers have spun out in addition still defines only a few details, and here and there, a basic principle of human interaction. Most is left undefined or is left to be worked out after the first formative hint is given. So what I would like to get to with aphanipoetics is the study of what's happening between the hints. And how to address that, of course, is a largely aesthetic question. This is a question of tone. It's a question of meta messaging. It's a question not of what is communicated, but what it's possible to communicate, because that's also saying what it wasn't possible to communicate. And it's in there that you're going to get this gap. In that gap is where something that is the opposite of insidious lives. It's also where insidious lives. So how would you tell the difference between creating good gaps? Where is the agency here? Is it possible to have agency? And what does that look like? So in my own work, what I have done is played with what happens when you put things side by side. And in this, I am paying very close attention to logical typing, Bertrand Russell, Whitehead logical typing, or Korzybski. What level of abstraction are the things that you're putting side by side? I call it side by siding. And when you put things side by side, there is a process, of course, that's abductive, of there being this reflection, this description across contexts, across those elements. And in there is this new possibility that is wild, okay? And that's the issue. It must be wild. So I'm gonna stop, and then we have a few minutes for questions. But yeah, so aphanic noesis.
Thank you so much, Nora, for being able to
I guess
touch.
feel free. How does this work?
So many corners of our minds. This is now a time for questions. Please raise your hand if any would like to say some word. Here, Murdine.
Yes, very briefly, that was exciting, Nora. And the side-by-siding, it occurred to me that is mutually encompassing, contextualizing at the same time. And as an example, two books on the shelf. They're always talking to each other, side-by-siding.
Yeah. It's interesting, this side-by-siding. The trick is to not get tricky. That's the thing, because you could think that to develop agency in this would be to manipulate what you put side by side. And that by putting things side by side, you could manipulate the aphanipoetic possibilities, that under realm of impressions and meta messages, right? There's all sorts of meta messaging going on there too. And I think that you can look at examples of in what direction it becomes something beautiful and vitality itself, and in what direction it becomes something dangerous. And I think that has everything to do, first of all, let me say this requires a lot more research and exploration, so please help me. But second of all, so far my thinking here and my own observation is that in the reductionism is where you're going to get connective processes that are missing dimension, if you will. They're just missing further richness of abductive process. And so you get fusion, you get these things fused together, but there's not enough. And so the fusion that gets made is made without enough complexity, or just without enough life. Can we just say without enough life? I think that's better.
Gary Goldberg, please.
Thank you very much, Nora. I hope people can hear me. Thank you very much for this great presentation. I just wanted to point out a number of parallels, right? One is Jungian depth psychology and the relationship between the metaconscious, which is explicit, and the unconscious. He called it unconscious. I would call it consciousness, in fact, right? Consciousness proper, primary consciousness. The second is Bohmian metaphysics, right? Bohmian metaphysics and the relationship between the implicate and the explicate order, and the idea of enfoldment and unfoldment, right? How things come out of the implicate order, how things come back into the implicate order from the explicate order. And, you know, if in the territory of quantum mechanics, I would suggest a close look at Ruth Kastner's work in possibilistic transactional interpretation of quantum mechanics, which I find to be just amazing. Another aspect of this is brain function, cognitive neuroscience, and the divided brain theory of Ian McGilchrist, where the right hemisphere is our implicit territory, and the left hemisphere is the explicit territory of languaged understanding, right? Where we can report on the contents of consciousness. And the last thing I think that's really important is the moral imperative that you referred to, right? I mean, that, you know, what is the bottom line on this? You know, and I think that the bottom line is how we end up treating each other, treating the planet, treating nature as a whole, and our responsibility for everything that goes on around us. There I think about Erich Neumann's book. Erich Neumann was a disciple of Jung, called Depth Psychology and the New Ethic. The new ethic being the idea that we take responsibility for ourselves and our own actions and our agency in the world. And that we are in fact partners. We are in fact together in this situation that we find ourselves. And we better figure out how to fix the problems as a species. But it begins with, I think, at the individual level. Anyway, those are my comments, but I think there's this concept of aphanopoiesis and the idea of unfoldment, right? Of the relational implicate into the physical actuality of the explicate, right? Where we live, where we have our senses as our instruments, right? Our actuality instrument panel, you know, but there is an underlying relational implicate order that we do not have direct access to, but is the basis for possibility and potentiality.
Exactly, it's the basis, and in that you know it's a tricky thing. When I first moved to Sweden, we would drive down the road and my husband would say, "Watch out for that moose." And I would say, "What moose?" And he would say, "That moose right there. You see that moose, that giant moose by the side of the road?" But I couldn't see the moose. I couldn't see the moose, not because I couldn't see the moose. I couldn't see the moose because I couldn't see all those differences that make a difference. I didn't know the forest well enough. I didn't know the shape of the trees and the way that they were backlit at particular times of day that cast the shadows, that the moose was within with its horns casting those same shadows. So I couldn't perceive the nuance. It's not that it was hidden, it's that I couldn't perceive it. It was unseen for me, right? Take a walk with me in Northern California, and I promise you, if there's a rattlesnake on the path, I'll probably see it before you will, because I know the shale of those. I know the dapple of the forest light. So it has to do with this deep understanding of things in their differences that is already lurking, and the way other things drop in. So how would I then learn? See, what we're talking about here is change. Where's the change coming from? How would I learn to perceive the moose? Now, what we might do is we might say, you've got to study the moose. You see, and there you have it. That's not where the moose is. What we have to study is those aspects of moosing, which are in relationship to a lot of other organisms, times of day, times of year, other shadows, other textures, other colors. And then it starts, so those are the side-by-sides, right? There's that old story about the drunk guy who's standing under the street lamp looking for his keys. And someone comes up and says, what are you doing? He says, I'm looking for my keys. He says, is this where you dropped them? He says, no, I didn't drop them here. I dropped them in the forest. And he said, well, what are you doing here? He said, well, this is where I can see. And that is critical, because if we go looking for change where we can see, we're probably going to miss it. It's out in the forest. So what are those side-by-siding processes that increase the nuance and the possibility for things to merge and to, one of the things I see here all the time in my warm data groups is this beautiful statement, your story changed my story. Your story changed my story. Right? There's something about the sheep in the box in the Little Prince story. And the Little Prince says, draw me a sheep, and he draws him a sheep. And he says, draw me another sheep, that's terrible. So he draws another sheep. He says, that's terrible too. And finally, the man draws a box with holes, and he says, your sheep's in the box. He says, how did you know exactly what my sheep looked like? And so that preciousness of life that is in the box, something to think about and to work with, to advocate for.
Thank you so much, Nora.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the other questions should be left for breakout room during the break after another two talks, including the one in chat by Thierry Mortier. But now let's move on, and the second talk will be by Tyler Bennett, who has spent a decade in Tartu, and the title is The Quasi-Sign Doctrine. Please, Tyler.
How's my sound? Is it okay? Yeah. That's good. Okay. So we're still recording. Nice, good. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in Stockholm, indeed, the privileged few. The quasi-sign doctrine is an integrative method, which is concerned with both the lower threshold of semiotics, which is the main biosemiotic interest, as well as the upper threshold, which I will speak more about, and the necessary interrelation of these two thresholds at the bottom and at the top, as well as in this integration, a textual method, an implicit textual method that comes with this integration, and that comes more from the humanities and social sciences side of things, the general semiotic things. as well as the matter of the social commitment of biosemiotics. So the quasi-sign doctrine is concerned with all these things. And it derives from some work I did in my recently defended and published dissertation, which is here. Mostly in the chapter 5, I developed this quasi-sign doctrine. The title of the dissertation is Detotalization and Retroactivity, Black Pyramid Semiotics. And so in the diagram below, this is the main diagram of the quasi-sign doctrine, and you can see that it's mostly Persian, but it's derived from Thomas Sebeok's derivation of 6 species of signs with some slight modifications which I have made, as well as these 2 or 4 critical specifications. One which is between the fully fledged signs and the quasi-signs, and then one which is in between 2 types of quasi-signs, which are the proto-sign and the tardo-sign, as I call them. This is my innovation, that one. And this integrative doctrine based upon this division proceeds by means of the proposal that the proto-sign is mostly the concern of biosemiotics in the lower threshold, whereas the tardo-sign is mostly a concern of, well, the other branches of semiotics, structural semiology, deconstruction, and ideology critique, and psychoanalysis, to name a few. And thus my presentation is also organized along these 2 lines of integration, if you see my meaning. And so this integrative doctrine would propose basically a new, really general semiotics, but which proceeds on the basis of biosemiotics. It has biosemiotics as its foundation. And so this foundation would hope to address the problem of relativism in the social sciences, as well as in general semiotics and the humanities, by making it possible through a unified vocabulary to ground definite normative claims at the level of culture, and a time in which this crisis of relativism is quite pronounced and serious. And the thing which these 2 types of quasi-sign are quite different. The proto-signs are these like simple biological signs which have not yet achieved a certain degree of triadicity or a certain degree of deliberation, whereas the quasi-signs, on the other hand, have already achieved this degree of deliberation, but which have sort of, they are post-triadic, if you will. And thus, where the proto-signs are a biosemiotic matter, the tardo-signs are like a problem of ideology and also a problem of the digital and the virtual, mostly. Although when it's possible the tardo-signs also have actual application at the biological level, but I'll leave that for the next presentation. I'll leave that for Don's presentation, I think. And this is also an attempt to assert the social commitment, the actual social commitment of biosemiotics. Can you turn on the lights? All right, okay, it's fine. So the interdependence of the 2 types of quasi-signs is crucial here. And thus, in order to postulate about the tardo-signs, we need to address the proto-signs. As you know, the proto-signs are a creation of Giorgio Prodi, but also something which is developed later by Sherov and Vekovar. And I know that Alexei Sherov will be talking more about the actual origin of the proto-signs in later days. I'm sorry about the blurred camera. I'll try to fix it after my talk is over. So yes. So biosemiotics is not only concerned with actually fully fledged signs or life, that is something which is above the lower threshold, but biosemiotics is also concerned with the sort of what we can call the precursors of semiosis or the preconditions of semiosis. And so biosemiotics is also concerned with thermodynamics, enabling constraints, and self-organization, among other things. And there's a lot of resistance, not only from humanities and social sciences, especially, but also within biosemiotics to say that semiosis is at all a concern of thermodynamics or of physics, or that the language of physics is even relevant to biosemiotics. But I maintain that it is important, even if it is only a discussion of the preconditions, and even if, as we should, we maintain that self-organization and life are indeed qualitatively different. There's a big difference between self-organization, self-organizing systems and semiosis proper. Still, the language of physics and the level of thermodynamics is a big issue and a level of big importance for biosemiotics. And not only that, but our goal should be to persuade the practitioners of general semiotics and social science that these are problems of theirs as well, because self-organizing systems tell us something about life. They tell us something very important, and it's related to enabling constraints. And you can see two of the most well-known systems or trichotomies for describing these levels of emergence. Terence Deacon calls them emergent dynamics, the way that semiosis at the top emerges from but is not reducible to the precursor levels. Homeodynamics referring to, well, the level of thermodynamics, morphodynamics referring to the level of self-organizing systems, and teleodynamics referring to, well, to life and to semiosis, but including culture all the way up. And we have an alternative trichotomy to the right here from Anton Markos, which is somewhat earlier, coming from biohermeneutics. And so I'll give you my little soundbite. This is a little soundbite which I will give, and this is my pitch to the general semiotics crowd, to the practitioners of ideology, critique, psychoanalysis, deconstruction, or just cultural semiotics generally, about why they should be interested in biosemiotics, why biosemiotics is a problem of theirs as well, and what it is exactly self-organizing systems, for example, tell us about life. And it has to do with constraints and the idea that morphodynamics, as Deacon calls them, are like the bridge between the level of matter and the level of mind, and critical for our understanding this bridge. And so it starts from the idea of constraints. Constraints, as Deacon explains them, are a limitation on the number of possible future states in a transformation. So they have something to do with absence. And in my pitch, I always use the example of the wheel. So a spinning wheel, which Terence Deacon also uses. And he refers to a quote from Lao Tzu. And the quote, it's from the Tao Te Ching. And the quote is, 30 spokes meet at the hub of the wheel, but the hole at the center of the wheel is what makes the wheel. That is, again, it's about absence. So if you'll follow me, when you roll a wheel, a certain gyroscopic stability emerges. And this emergence is a product of the features of the wheel. But when the wheel stops rolling, all the features are still there, but the gyroscopic stability disappears. Why are we so fascinated by these examples? Why are we so fascinated by self-organizing systems? For those of you who have read Thomas Mann in chapter 3 of Dr. Faustus, why is it that Adrian Leverkuhn, the protagonist, is so fascinated by his grandfather's experiments with the spinning disc with sand on it, and as he touches the disc with the violin bow, creates a vibration and geometric patterns arise? Why are we so fascinated by this? Well, it's because self-organizing systems tell us something about life. But there's a critical difference between life and self-organizing systems. Constraints exist at both levels. Constraints are substrate independent, but there's a critical difference. You can see a difference between these two systems, between Markos's system and Deacon's system, where Deacon's system, the first level, starts at thermodynamics proper, whereas Markos's system, level 1, is already sort of at level 2 of Deacon's system. And in between levels 1 and levels 2, he has machines, which is suggestive. But what's the same between the two of them is that there is a definite difference between level 3 and what comes before it. And this is the level of emergence of life. And the question is, what is it exactly that's missing in this account? I'll close my part about self-organizing systems by maintaining that why they're important for biosemiotics and why they're important for bringing a unifying vocabulary to general semiotics is because we can describe the features of self-organizing systems with closure. Whereas the level of teleodynamics and semiosis cannot be described exhaustively or with closure. It is non-algebraic, it is non-formalizable. Thus, we require the account as high up as possible of self-organizing systems at the level of morphodynamics. This is why biosemiotics is critical to the rest of to social sciences and humanities, that is to general semiotics. But nevertheless, there's a difference at the third level. And at this level, we encounter a problem of describability. And we find in the sort of axiomatic descriptions of what just what is the minimal feature of semiosis at the level of teleodynamics. And in the simplest organisms and simplest examples, we find that the explanations, the descriptions are always a bit cryptic, perhaps self-contradictory. I might even say that they exhibit a certain critical negativity or recapitulate a kind of paradox. So again, we're getting into problems of describability or problems of aesthetics, as Nora might say. And this is where we begin to sense the integration back from the humanities towards biosemiotics, where biosemiotics has something to learn from general semiotics, where the problem of describability is integrated into a textual method, which I will get to in a moment. But as Kalevi writes, the situation of incompatibility is thus the situation of choice. Choice assumes alternative possibilities as real options, which cannot be executed altogether. Otherwise, there would not be a situation of choice or incompatibility. And that's from his text, Semiosis Stems from Logical Incompatibility in Organic Nature. And when it comes to real semiosis above the lower threshold, this is about as close as you can get, apparently, to an actual formal definition. But as I said, this is not a formal definition. All it does is it reproduces a contradiction. Yes. Again, and so there's a textual method that comes with this way of thinking, and there's a way of thinking which precedes biosemiotics, which already addressed this, and which we find in general semiotics, but which is not explicitly acknowledged in biosemiotics. And so not only does this bring us to the problem of describability, but it also brings us to the problem of the upper threshold, that is the problem of the Tardo signs and the problem of ideology. Because incompatibility presents certain very specific dilemmas of describability or non-describability. And these special textual methods are ways of regulating the description such that the language of science does not ossify into an ideology. And this is the only way that semiosis can actually be described, is by reproducing that non-formalizability at the level of the text. This may involve a number of different, more specific strategies, which I will get to. What's really interesting here, and again, I guess this is part of my soundbite, another one of my soundbites, specifically to the ideology critique crowd, or the people interested in post-structuralism, deconstruction, and psychoanalysis, is that obviously in an ideological sign system or a Tardo sign system, something is missing. Something in that last slide, some incompatibility is now missing from the system, and this is what allows for this unlimited self-replication or full automation, which happens in ideological systems and also at the level of the digital. What makes that possible is that this incompatibility or unpredictability is removed from the system. And thus, the reason why the ideology critics or the deconstructionists need biosemiotics is it's only in biosemiotics where we really approach an exhaustive definition of what is a sign by means of coming up from the bottom through physics through self-organizing systems. It's only in biosemiotics where we get an idea of what goes missing in an ideological or Tardo science system. And this is very interesting. And I'll make 2 points on this. I'll make 2 claims regarding this point. One is that we're presented with a great opportunity if we pursue a biosemiotics of ideology critique, because of the resurgence of interest in ideology critique and post-structuralism. Most of us in the sciences will characterize it as a problem. And part of the problem of relativism in the human sciences, this new interest in deconstruction and identity politics and so on. But ironically, it's these very people who seem to be coming around to our way of thinking. And I'll give an example on that. And I wonder if any of you can guess who this example comes from. It's from one of the most popular ideology critics of today, maybe even one of the most popular philosophers in the world. And the quote is this, and you might replace the word unconscious with semiosis if you like. And I read, "The unconscious is not some spiritual substance, deep instinct. It's a very fragile virtual entity. It is what some intelligent contemporary evolutionary biologists, like my favorite, Terence Deacon, call essentials." Anyone know who this is? It's from a video podcast. It's from Slavoj Žižek, of course. Why should we care what Žižek is talking about anyway? We're not interested in Žižek. Well, I mean, it's an opportunity, and this is my first point, is that this is an opportunity to hitch a ride, because Žižek has somehow come around to the conclusion that his whole Hegelian psychoanalytic logic of ideology critique can't be explained without a cognitive account of the causal force of absence. And indirectly, he heard about Deacon, and he's like, well, this seems like it might work. Yes, quite true. He doesn't know much about Deacon or Peirce, though. This is an opportunity to hitch a ride in order to popularize, like in order to disseminate, I should say, biosemiotic ideas. I'm very interested in this project because ideology critique is on the rise. It's a very popular topic, and it's related to identity politics and so on. But my second point is that because this is direction number 2 of integration, where humanities comes to bear upon biosemiotics again, we also in biosemiotics have to consider some of the lessons that, for example, Žižek would give to us regarding the textual demands that ideology critique requires. And that is, those are that the incompatibility or non-identity of semiosis must be reproduced within the text itself. That is, it needs to bear forth certain internal contradictions. And I assert again, with some non-biosemioticians, that there's been a method for this. There's a method for this. It's just that these practitioners don't know that there's a biological precedent, I guess, and that's where our insight comes in. But so I stress that there's a textual demand and a precedent for this textual demand. And I'm going to skip over this slide. I'm going to skip over this slide and proceed to my conclusion, but I'll just say that there's a great deal of precedent with regard to integrating Peirce with what it's dialectics. This is the textual method that I'm talking about, which reproduces the contradiction at the level of the text. And the point of dialectics, I'm skipping ahead here. There are many precedents for this way of thinking and integrating biosemiotics with ideology critique. And I point to some of them there, but I'm moving forward just to say that the point of dialectics is to assert that, and I'll quote, "If nature is absolutized as first or fundamental code, then it decays into ideology even more rapidly than do the more obviously produced and class-bounded ideologies of history." That is, these textual strategies are meant to serve as a corrective at the level of description to prevent the language of, say, biosemiotics from turning into its own ideology. They must modify over time, and dialectics is a means of intelligently integrating human methods, that is qualitative methods, into the description. And this is something we already find in the most popular biosemiotic texts, such as those of Jesper Hoffmeyer and Terence Deacon, which are already quite eclectic and quite dialectical. It's only that these strategies are not acknowledged for what they are, and the necessity is not stressed in this way. And one last point regarding this and regarding what dialectical humanistic thinking brings to biosemiotics is the social commitment, once again. And this is a social commitment which most biosemioticians remain a bit squeamish about, But I had an email exchange with Aaron Gar of Australia, Aaron Gar, Swinburne University in Australia. And I asked him if I could quote his email, because I think that he summed up the social commitment of biosemiotics very nicely here, where he says that biosemiotics challenges the entire cosmology of geopolitical economics since the 17th century. It challenges the sociobiology of the 1970s, which characterized living organisms as machines for reproducing DNA. And it continues to challenge social Darwinism, which portrays greed as the driving force of society and history. I think this challenge is what Jesper Hoffmeyer understood to be the ultimate goal of biosemiotics. Quasi-science doctrine embraces all of this. I'll just recap very, very quickly. I'll recap the basis. At the top, we have the quasi-signs. At the bottom, we have the fully fledged signs. The proto-signs are the biologically simple pre-triadic signs, and the tardo-signs are the ideological and or virtual post-triadic signs. Whether there can be simple biological tardo-signs is a matter for future dispute. Don might bring this up in the next presentation. There's interdependence between the two types of quasi-signs. Thus, human sciences and general semiotics must take an interest in biosemiotics and vice versa. And there are precedents for drawing attention to this interdependence of the types of quasi-signs. I would point to one paper which inspired me the most from the beginning of my master's degree, which was from Kalle Bikol, which is copy versus translate, meme versus sign. He blows it all open right there. So you should take a look if you never read that one. Also very interested in Yogi Hendlin's work on supernormal stimulus and necrotic signs. And Don's going to talk about determinacy and indeterminacy in biosemiotic systems. And again, this is a matter of the quasi-signs. So if I have just 30 seconds. These are my conclusions. Is that the biologically primitive proto-signs are instructive for understanding the more advanced tardo-signs. There are two directions of integration here. And that's firstly from biosemiotics to humanities, and then secondly back from humanities to biosemiotics. Thirdly, and this is the most, probably the best thing that biosemiotics can bring to the whole discussion right now, is indeed an integrative vocabulary that is yet non-reductive, that can ground normative claims in science, which are applicable to the humanities without reducing those problems of social science to physics. And this is towards an actually general semiotics. And this is possible now. It's possible. We can do it. And finally, that this doctrine brings an implicit social commitment that's most relevant, both to the ecological crisis, as well as this digital, or I like even better, the virtual crisis, because it's a kind of play on words. Both it's a crisis of virtuality, as well as the question of whether the crisis is actually real or not. But thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Tyler. 3 minutes for questions. So, any questions or comments? I see.
If I may.
Yes.
Nobody. Okay. So thanks, Tyler. Great presentation. This is more just a question parallel to your topic, not necessarily on the topic. But what can you tell me or tell other semioticians if you were faced or when you were faced with comments that semiotics cannot be so ambitious so as to model all these aspects of reality that you somehow managed to map in this beautiful diagram that you defend in your thesis? So the comment is, how do you deal with that assumption that some people have towards semiotics, that semiotics tries to map everything as this umbrella science?
I mean, I think it is overambitious a bit to presume that semiotics can provide answers in every science. But if we hearken back to 60s era notion of what semiotics really does, that it operates as a kind of regulator at the level of texts and imposes a kind of method to intertextuality itself. And in that level of understanding, the only difference between biosemiotics and deconstruction is that the biosemiotics privileges texts that are about biology. And what the semiotic part is to insist that any biosemiotic discussion entertains at least two different theories of biology and exposes contradictions between them. This is semiotics, right? Or this is one way of understanding what semiotics actually is, and I think it works. It solves a lot of problems, but it's not the answer that everyone is looking for, because it privileges the text.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, then there is a question in chat by Terry Montier. Thanks, Tyler. What do you think of the idea that there is no actual absolute absence, the only absence from a species-specific perspective? What we say is the empty hole in the wheel is only absence from our point of view, meaning absence is whatever a species cannot perceive, which connects your talk with Nora's absence as a catch-all of what hasn't been learned.
Yes, excellent question. I will only say with regard to this that I very much enjoy Terence Deacon's formulation about the level of thermodynamics, and absence is actually a substance in the sense of like equiprobable distribution in a thermodynamic system. So it really works with firstness in that way. So that, I mean, you know, and maybe at the bottom level there is no absence, but just equiprobable distribution. But I don't know if that answers the question. But I don't know, I see in Deacon's book, what's interesting in Incomplete Nature, he doesn't actually even say that homeodynamics, morphodynamics, and teleodynamics match to firstness, secondness, and thirdness. But it makes perfect sense to me because teleodynamics and semiosis are both, teleodynamics and thirdness are both the only place at which semiosis takes place. And also the notion of firstness matches, and Tychism matches very well with the notion of equiprobable distribution, chance and chaos theory in complex systems. But he doesn't even say that. So, I mean, I think that's really interesting. So at that level, the absence is really only an absence of, well, an absence of intention, perhaps, but there's definitely still something. I'm gonna put my link tree in the chat here. I'm putting it right here. And there you can find my dissertation, as well as my YouTube channel and some other materials, which I encourage you to pursue.
Okay, thank you very much, Tyler. Our schedule says that it's time to go to start the next talk. And I'm sorry, Peter Cariani, just maybe you could get the answer during the break. Donald Favreau, National University of Singapore. Yeah, Don, determinacy and indeterminacy in biosemiotics, the centrality of openness to possibility in biology and semiosis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Kalevi, and thank you, everyone. As you can tell, it's nighttime here, so I made sure I prepared my slides with some notes that I'm going to more or less rely on. I want to begin by telling Tyler that I'm sorry that originally I was hoping to make this entire presentation based on a discussion. Well, this didn't come out the right way, but that's all right. A discussion on the nature of the Tardo sign as a genuine biosemitic concept on the level of biology. Okay, so if I have time in the discussion or the talk after, I have some slides on that. But as I was going to make today's presentation and was busy with all the rest of the stuff going on for the gatherings, it took me in a different direction. And when you only have 20 minutes, you only have enough time to pursue one direction. So I wanted to spend this time to try to develop some of the ideas that both you and Nora have started our conference with, and tried to think about a way these ideas might be understood to be able to inform us better in biosemiotics. Okay, so in particular, and as per the title of my talk, those ideas revolve essentially around determinacy and indeterminacy, and the centrality of openness to possibility in both biology and semiotics. Okay, so the question becomes, these are very polysemous terms. They're used very differently in very different disciplines. Is there anything we can learn by looking at the way that they're used in the physical sciences and the biological sciences and in the semiotic sciences, since this is where biosemiotics has its 3 feet, to see if they can mutually inform us in a way that we can think more critically about determinacy and indeterminacy in biosemiotics and what we're referring to. Okay, and I think we actually get a very informative snapshot of our human history of the concept when we go to the Oxford English Dictionary and see the various ways that to determine is defined as to cause, govern, or rule, and also to ascertain, find out, learn, establish, specify the value of, limit, fix, settle, and to decide. As well as the original formulation is to limit or fix towards an end. Limit what? Fix in what way? It's kind of this notion of to determine what there is, what to do about what there is, how one makes a determination as an organism in a field of possible indeterminate options that I want to talk about today. So I want to spend a few minutes examining these notions, because I think actually they're profoundly linked, right? How we think about cause and how we think about bringing to an end, bringing to a determinate that which is previously indeterminate. Because our interest, again, must be informed and in some sense accountable to all 3 of the major disciplines: physical science, biological science, and semiotic science, without cutting short on any one, which is the easiest one to cut short on, incidentally, is the semiotic science. So what is determinacy and indeterminacy in the physical sciences? When we ask what these words mean, they're associated almost entirely with observations that can be made upon selected systems, and which are then derived to what appear to be their governing rules. These all but invariant regularities can be so determined by the scientist as government rules of the system under observation, but then they slip into the parlance of the non-civic layperson, and sometimes into the scientific parlance as well, as the laws of nature that cause things to happen as they do, and with which, if known and together with the knowledge of initial conditions, allow for predictions of often astonishing precision. Conversely, that for which we can find no discernible governing rules or regularities are often referred to as randomness or chaos. Our good friend Yammer Denizen, who we'll hear a lot from in this talk, reminds us, as did Gregory Bateson, that these models are incalculably useful as they are, as models, determinations made by observations upon selected systems from which higher order regularities may be inferred or derived by the observing scientist. And to do so, as all good scientists know, a whole plethora of known and unknown factors and influences taking place on a variety of different timescales and a variety of different levels of granularity have to be disregarded in the determination, right? These, Yammer informs us, are called unmodeled dynamics. And I believe what Nora is talking about when she talks about these things that are registered and not seen, these things that may be causal but not accounted for in our determinations, in our hypothesis, in our models of the world, both as scientists and as living organisms, is at the heart of this notion of indeterminacy. That which is too far unmodeled can appear like randomness, can appear like indeterminacy in a determination of a physical system, until such times as it is effectively modeled. Okay, so what's critically important is not to confuse a scientific determination of governing regularities, the attractor basin, the state variables, and the initial conditions applied to certain parameters. And this is Yammer's diagram, incidentally. With causes in the colloquial sense, they are descriptions. They have been determined by scientists to model what we can model of physical reality. The things themselves that are the causes behind the things we model, well, as Peirce would tell us, we've probably got some of those correctly, but we learn over time, science learns over time, there are many we're not even considering. There are many we have wrong. And so it's always trying to fine-tune our understanding, our determination of causality in the world, right? Rather than to say we found causality in this set of governing rules. And the notion of governing rules and what they can and cannot entail, we'll touch on later. I guess Stuart Kaufman has also done a lot of work on this. So it's critically important not to confuse a scientific determination with causes, exhaustive causes in the colloquial sense. Not only is the map not the territory, but the territory itself is only known to us as a map of the dynamics that we have thus far modeled. And this is true, again, not only for scientists, but for living organisms in general. Still, science in the limit has the aim of successfully modeling all the dynamics governing systemic organization and behavior. Which is why in the biological sciences, the words determinacy and indeterminacy also often have to do with biological specificity and cell fate. For indeed, developmental biology and embryology are founded upon discovering the processes whereby a minuscule group of relatively undetermined pluripotent cells give rise to trillions of progressively more differentiated, functionally specialized, and organism constituting interacting cells. And in the attempts to understand the nature of this kind of biological determination, we see already the determining role of cell-to-cell signaling. In conjunction, they expand and bring into more determinate being that very surround that is the organism. Yet, how many unmodeled dynamics are biologists talking about here when they flippantly use a word like signaling, only to provide a list of sequential chemical changes that require no such semiotic language as an explanation? Kalevi and I have been working with this idea now of process relation duality, that to truly understand any biological or biosemiotic relationship, one has to account for the fact that the sign itself is atemporal. It's about something other than itself. It's not localizable. And yet somehow the mechanisms that allow us manifestation of that sign are localizable. They take form in space, they exist, they can be observed to some level. And biosemiotics, much less science in general, has not scratched the surface about how this relation is effectively maintained. And I won't speak about it in this presentation, Tyler, but to me, an important aspect of this are those signs that have come into being through evolutionary time because of their semiotic ability to allow the organism to know and act in the world, and yet that have become retained and become automized such that they function now virtually as mechanisms. The degree of thirdness that they've lost, we can debate. Peirce himself used to call these degenerate signs. But later in his thinking, I think he came to realize that all signs partake in this essential notion, this essential relationship, right, of being towards another, as John Dealey called it, something pointing or something, I wouldn't say pointing, I would say oriented to that which is other than itself. But again, we'll save that part for the discussion section. So, notice this introduces right here in what could be seen as a very deterministic system. If you look at this ball rolling down a hill as if it was a metal ball, as if it was going down a series of gradients or notched branch choices, certainly you would say at every point it is deterministic. There's, again, Yammer is both Kalevi and Yammer are both very adamant on this. There is no choice point going on as the ball rolls down these hills. Whether we can model it or not to the finest degree only deterministic forces are at work in resulting for the left or the right down the hill. But of course, this is Waddington's epigenetic landscape. This is not a ball that stays the same as it goes down to the hill. This is an undifferentiated cell. And the landscape itself is a constantly ever-changing interaction of other cells signaling and adding chemical inducers and taking them away. And they're all underpinned by expression and non-expression of genes in their interaction with the environment. So it may be the case that when we get all the way down to this, we could still map a determination that shows that the final cell fate result will be a liver cell or a heart cell or a brain cell, starting from the same undifferentiated state and going down this pathway, no matter how interactive and complex. But already from the biological standpoint, you've introduced the notion here of a determination that is dependent upon and arises from the signaling of other living systems, of other cells. So how might we as biosemioticians contribute to a deeper understanding of this? I think we get a clue. And I agree with Tyler that biology needs to learn from semiotics, right, when it comes to these things. If we look at the way the puzzle of meaning is understood in the semiotic sciences, by which I include anthropology and sociology, philosophy and psychology, arts of all kinds, and what we used to call the humanities. But there the question always is, how does one ever converge upon a close enough determination of other people's ideas and understandings when all the signs and words used to communicate them have so many different possible reference and idiosyncratically established meanings? We experience this situation ourselves most acutely when we're in face-to-face interaction with one another, where the structure of our conversation will go is not pre-given or even pre-statable. It emerges as a joint interactional accomplishment in real time as we monitor and react to one another, spontaneously emerging words, gestures, posture, facial expressions, and even breathing on a moment-to-moment basis in an emerging choreography that at each moment presents context determination dependent and next context determination creating interactions, okay? So in my earlier work, I characterized a semiotic version of this phenomenon with a good deal of scientific liberty-taking as collapsing the wave function of meaning, where each new opening of possibility space demands an action that will turn an indeterminate state of possibilities into a more relatively determinate, more specific actuality state. And that in turn provides and delimits its own next possibility state, demanding action, and so on and so forth. In the words of Stuart Kaufman, we're always moving into the adjacent possible, always. Kaufman talks about this in the sense of evolution, right? And he has a very beautiful quote saying, in evolutionary terms, without natural selection acting to achieve it, each new actual in the biosphere constitutes a new empty niche to create some but not all possibilities for further evolution. He gives the example of the emergence of a swim bladder in fish. Okay, it has a functional emergence. It has evolved over time. We could look at it as part of what it is to be the self-perpetuating whole that is a fish, but it's also something else. It is a genuinely new possibility space in the biosphere. Bacteria could live there, and they will. A giraffe can't. It opens up some possibilities, not other possibilities. Some will be taken, not all will be taken, but whatever is taken is setting the stage for the next set of possibilities. And to me, the reason our perceptual sensory mechanisms are always, really always on, they're always pulling in signs to try to guide us into this next immediate moment, right? The saccades of our eyes, the way that our skin is so sensitive to the touch of the world, things that we may not be able to consciously describe or model are informing us as we move together into this possibility space. And when we're with others, others are also helping shape this possibility space. So with Terence Deacon and several others here, such as Josh and Yammer and Tori, I share the quasi-neo-Aristotelian notion that actualities really do bring into the world certain possibilities that delimit and enable potentialities and act as generative constraints upon immediate next possibility space. In this way, the notion of potentia is not a mystical thing. It's not something from the future pulling the present into the future. It's a set of presently existing possibilities that are inherent in the organization of any living system or of any organism, which itself has already a long history of, as Tyler says, reducing the possibilities for it, constraining itself in a certain way and opening up new possibilities in the very act of what it constrains, okay? So in this sense, possibility and actuality are wholly naturalistic. They're complex, but they're not a mysterious dynamic. And what we're each trying to do now is figure out how best to model this most fundamental dynamic in the organization and interaction of living systems. On the left, I have Terry's notion again of how thermodynamic constraints can lead to form, morphodynamic constraints, which themselves can lead to the possibility of teleodynamics, things, as we saw in original definition, that are fixed towards an end, as like Peirce says, fixed towards a general, fixed towards a way of being that can be attained in many different ways, right? But is yet itself a certain reality in the world, right? A certain genuinely existing would be that organisms develop into. And on the right is Josh Bacigalupi's notion of the same thing, where the possibility space itself can result in emergent organizations carved out in different ways, and their interactions, again, add complexity, complex depth to the milieu in which the next possible possibilities and actualities will take place. So when we're talking about these kind of things, possibilities and actualities, what are we talking about really, right? We're talking about modeled and unmodeled dynamics, right? As Nora said, there is that which we've modeled, there is that which we can see, and that is our model dynamics. And there is that which we've not yet modeled. And that is actually informing, I think, some of the determinations we make when we collapse the wave function of meaning. Otherwise, we could not learn new things. There could be no new novelty. We could not evolve. So again, the history, and even in semiotics, even in biosemiotics, the focus of all these years has been, okay, how does, Rosen asked us, how does something become closed to efficient causation? How does it manufacture its own kind of closure? Maturana and Varela, same thing. How does something become autopoietic? But the idea is that the focus on closure is not enough, right? Because the system is being so closed, and even if you want to think of the Peircean triad as, in a sense, effecting a kind of a closure, it's the right kind of a closure. It's the kind of a closure that in its actual manifestation brings into being the next set of open-ended possibilities, right? In each manifestation of thirdness, the next set of firstness is made available to the system. So there is space for novelty, creativity, moving into places that have not been moved into before, right? Rosen himself says the first matter of importance to notice from the standpoint of the formalisms being compared encoding and decoding arrows are unentailed. In fact, they belong to neither formalism, his causal physical system, the formal system by which that system supposedly knows and anticipates the world, and hence cannot be entailed by anything in the formalisms. The comparison of the two inferential structures thus inherently, sorry, my cursor's covering up here, involves something outside the formalisms. In effect, a creative act, semiosis, resulting in a new kind of formal object, namely the modeling relationship itself. This is what I think Josh and Yammer will later call semiogenesis, the creation of new signs. it involves a kind of art. It cannot be reduced to closed causal relationships, no matter how complex. The creativity, the tykism, the openness is part of what gives it its power. And if you don't model that, you've not truly modeled the system, particularly from a semiotic standpoint. So in a previous article, we asked us, how does this relate to indeterminacy and determinacy in biosemiotics? As Gregory Bateson reminded us, the difference that makes a difference between non-living pleroma systems and living creatura systems is that the latter are organized and behave under a semiotic dynamic. The others are organized and behave under non-semiotic dynamics, right? Nothing is physically pushing and pulling the amoeba up the nutrient gradient or pulling the students out of their desk when the teacher says, please stand, right? As Jesper often noted, the presence of a small odorant molecule on the nose of the dog doesn't have nearly enough kinetic energy to power that dog taking off at full speed towards what it perceives as the food. So again, to model only the latter, to take a living system and model only it in its non-semiotic dynamics is to, in a sense, I think, is to miss the most currently unmodeled dynamics of all, the dynamics of signs and meaning, the dynamics whereby a physical system can get purchase upon a system of relationships not present per se in the physics themselves, but as a result of the higher order interaction between the orientation of the organism, their actions, and the world itself. So life comes to the organism in the form of questions. I thought that was a quote from Von Uexküll, but I haven't been able to find it. If someone can find it, I'd be happy to get it. What all organisms, including us, must do at every moment of our existence is to answer those questions experientially. And in doing so, we're guided by the determinations that our sign processes allow us to make about the world. These determinations, as we well know here, and as Nora just so brilliantly laid out for us, are abductions. They're not necessarily mental constructs or logical propositions. They're embodied, embedded orientations towards a present actuality as a mediator through which some non-coterminous actuality or possibility is indicated or may be realized. And these abductions are informed as much through the currently existing yet unmodeled dynamics informing our reality as they are by the already modeled determinations. So I'd written previously when we talked about this notion of moving into the possibility space of the relevant next. Organisms live out their lives perpetually confronted with negotiating the omnipresent adjacent possible. And they do so informed by the biological capture of their and their lineage's previous engagements in doing so. Because the capture of that previous agent-object interaction relationship is instantiated as a biological sign for the guidance of the organism, not only are so-called successful survival strategies within a given possibility space captured, as traditional accounts of natural selection would hold, but captured as well within those signs are the entire component of previously untaken but still veridical real-world possibility spaces that are inseparably entangled with that sign, just waiting exploration by the organism. This, to me, is at the heart of Peirce's notion of the pragmatic maxim. The meaning is what possibilities we've been able to model so far, but to be truly semiotic, it must also allow us to model ones we haven't modeled so far. So again, I'm coming to the end of my presentation. Clevy and I have been trying to do some work on this notion of indeterminacy. This is from a paper he wrote recently on arbitrariety. He can certainly address these notions, trying to make a distinction between first order, second order, third order, and fourth order negotiation of indeterminacy into the more determinate, and asking what principles guide this collapse of indeterminacy to determinacy. Once so determined, how does this determination get frozen into structure for preservation and reuse? Once so mechanized or automized into what appears to be determinacy again, from where does the access to indeterminacy come from such that the novelty and creativity of new determinations can never arise? And what this tells us is that And we see this as a common, as I said in the beginning, it's a common thread in many of the presentations. I couldn't believe how many abstracts are dealing with similar questions using different vocabularies this year, which is why I thought that starting with Nora and Tyler was absolutely fantastic, because they're both two ends of the same spectrum here, right? Even semiotics focus on closure and determination is not enough. What also has to come into our understanding, what also has to be accounted for in our theory, is this quantum of indeterminacy that must always, in Tyler's words, be replenished, right? Such that we can have true sign relations. This reservoir of indeterminacy is an omnipresent part of our reality as living systems, living our lives based upon determinations we make through signs, semiotically, acting upon those determinations and changing the actuality and the possibility space of our world accordingly. So to be satisfied with an explanation of closure, with an explanation of how something is affected, is amazing, necessary, but not yet sufficient. We must also come to a deeper understanding of how that closure is left open, okay?
Oh.
Life is organized in the last minute with respect to, and what Tyler reminds us so eloquently in his dissertation, reservoirs of indeterminacy that must be replenished and reconstituted if we're to have any life and any semiosis at all. So I will end my talk with this first session ending note. While we're together for the next 4 days, let's bear in mind both Nora's notion of an aphopoiesis and Tyler's notion of the Tardo sign. Our abductions do not come from nowhere. They emerge from and they remain situated within a field of other subductions, as well as input from our perceptual surround. And our abductions may not be sound, but the optima, such superposition of abductions, build upon what we'll later hear in Josh Pacigalupi's talk, can result in semiogenesis, the creation of new and viable signs for use, a kind of virtuous anaphopoiesis. But just as Tyler reminds us, because these abductions have their place within the world of signs, they're vulnerable to aggressive dissolution, interference pattern elimination, and entropic smoothing by the dominant patterns at large. And even among ourselves, we have to be vigilant, not to let our abductions devolve into Tardo signs, to the extent that we can do so. So while we're all together in our biosemiotic pool this year, let's all remain open to the possibilities of each other's abductions and hope that some beautiful new ones emerge from our interactions with each other. That's what I got tonight. Okay.
Thank you so much, Don. Thank you. Now
I might have went long, did I? The host himself went long. Well, that's disgraceful.
yeah, that's the end of our first session now, and everybody has this possibility to the bottom of a breakout room and to spend this next 14 minutes until the next sessions will start there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kalevi. Now let me instruct everyone. If you go to the bottom of your screen, you'll see now in the 4 squares called breakout rooms, you will now see a room 2. It looks like Don and Kalevi are already in there, but we can leave. I'm going to add a room, room 3, and I'm going to open it, and you can join. Well, let me do this maybe. I'm also kind of new at this. I think this might be an easier way to do this. I'll delete all rooms. I'll open up one breakout room where everyone can speak freely for 14 minutes. And all you have to do is scroll down to the box that appears when you see breakout room. Perhaps I'll share my screen, make it easier. If you scroll down to this box, you will see that all the way on the bottom at room 3, there is a button called join. If you click the button called join, you can join the breakout room and talk, and we will send you a 1-minute notice when the gatherings will resume and the next talks will begin. So I hope everyone will join us, presenters or non-presenters, come and go as you like. Just assign yourself to the breakout room, okay? Okay, I'll see you there because I want to test it out.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the second session of this year's gatherings this afternoon. I'm your chair. My name is Paul Cobley, for those who've not met me before. And we're starting promptly and to keep schedule with 3 papers this afternoon, one by Philip Gademi, one by Peter Harris-Jones, and then one by Modine Anderson. Just to tell you for procedural purposes that the original papers planned for this afternoon, there are some slight logistical adjustments that had to be made. So Peter's paper and Modine's paper will be delivered by way of recording. You'll see how that proceeds when we get there. I will share a screen and show you the recording. But there is a little bit of time which should be available at the end of those for questions. And Peter is here, I notice, and Modine's here as well. So we should be able to go ahead at least as normally in that respect, in that we will have some a small amount of time for questions. So without further ado, I'm delighted to introduce you to Philip Gademi, who is here in his guise as a member of the International Bateson Institute. And take it away, Philip.
Hello. Okay. Am I sharing screen? That's good. Everyone see what I have up here? Great. And let's see. So what I am talking about today is semiotic scaffolding and the Batesonian paradox of play. And this begins with trip to the zoo that Gregory Bateson did in the company of the poet and abstract artist Weldon Keys. The two of them spent an afternoon in the San Francisco Zoo to observe whether the mammals there understood their signals as signals. What they confronted there, however, was the fact that animals play, and it was like the apple falling on Newton's head. And I'm brought to mind of the Aristotle quote that Don Favreau started with, which to the effect that it's very important to think about what it is that we should be puzzled about. And this is what happened at that moment, is that Bateson and Keys were puzzled by this discovery of play in animals. And just to reintroduce Gregory Bateson, he was influenced by a pioneer of so many different fields, anthropology, cybernetics, information theory. He was bringing to bear Bertrand Russell's theory of logical types, and his father, William Bateson, the inventor of the word genetics, gave him a very firm grounding in biology. So the perfect person to be involved with biosemiotic questions before the concept of biosemiotics came about. And what he felt he discovered about animal play was in the way of a logical paradox. The idea that play involves the bite or nip that isn't a bite. Let's take, for example, in this case, we're talking about a play fight. So you have a bite, but it isn't a bite, or you have a chase that isn't an attack. And as he said, the nip denotes the bite, but it doesn't denote what would be denoted by the bite. And in terms of Bertrand Russell's theory of logical types, play violates the separation of logical levels, key to avoid paradox and contradiction. So in logical type theory, a class cannot be a member of itself, but given the class of animal conflicts, a play fight both is and is not a member of that class. And that's the paradox in terms of Russell's theory. Now, Russell's theory is not a guideline for how to behave. It's an indication of logical relations that exist or don't exist. Bateson was very aware of the ways in which living process does not avoid paradox and contradiction. Logic is not natural history. I think I should actually do this as proper slides. I think I didn't quite get this going as proper slides. Let's see if I can take one moment here. Yes. So how does an animal know to distinguish play from not play? We distinguish play from not play in animals. They distinguish it in each other's. Now, one answer that comes up when people ask this question is by specific gestures and postures and other metacommunicative markers. Here's an example of what the theorist Mark Beckhoff sees as a dog play posture, although I get the picture from Darwin's book, The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, who doesn't mention play. By the way, Bateson really didn't like the idea of expressing emotions. He said that was like paste out of a tube. But what is important in play is this whole question of meta-communication. So play sets up meta-communication, and the meta-communication isn't so much these specific indications. Although there are specific markers of play that we've noticed, that animal play theorists have noticed in a whole host of animals: dogs, pigs, elephants, rats, and polar bears. In fact, as an aside, and as I read Irving Goffman, I came up with his quoting a certain Stephen Miller on this topic. On a paper called Ends, Means, and Galumphing, Some Leitmotifs of Play. This contains descriptions of messages in several primates, baboons, chimps, and gorillas, not only the play posture and the play face, but also changes in the quality of how an animal moves. So this phrase galumphing is very evocative because there are all these subtle gestalts of how we recognize play. In any case, Stephen Miller changed his name. His name's now Stephen Nachmanovich, and his 2009 paper for New Literary History on This is Play is highly recommended on a lot of these topics. So if we're thinking about how these specific signals is not what metacommunication consists of, as Bateson said, we operate with meta-language and language combined into one as a single ongoing process. And Bateson had a thought experiment which he used for this. Imagine a blank screen, and imagine you've got a couple of little black rectangles just sort of sitting in the screen, and you make them as an animator, a movie animator, you make them move around. If you do it right, you can make those little rectangles into a hero and a heroine, or into two babies, or into two playing animals, or whatever you like, but they would run around and move, and you would know that they were playing with each other or together. In other words, as the Supreme Court Justice said about pornography, I know it when I see it. So to investigate these matters further, Bateson did something he often did. This was also with Weldon Keys. They made a film of otter play at the San Francisco Zoo. So he was using filmmaking as a method of discovery and exploration. And the film is entitled The Nature of Play, Part 1, River Otters. There is no Part 2. And it chronicles more than a year in the life of the least playful otters that ever existed. And in fact, the first several months, the otters just exhibited boredom and only rarely played together at all. And you can sort of see why if you look at in this slide at the kind of environment which they were given with all the concrete and the moat, and then there was some grass on the other side. And it just kind of, you know, at that point, zoos were congratulating themselves that they'd gotten rid of bars, but still it wasn't that stimulating. But after several months, Gregory Bateson himself got a little bored and he decided to catalyze the play if he could. He made a toy of paper on a string, which you can see in this slide, and he lowered it down to the otters. And for some reason, they, which we'll talk about, they enjoyed that a great deal. They started playing with the toy, then they started playing with each other, and they had a happy few months. They got healthier, they got sleeker, and they got happier. And then it ended, it was over. They went back to their sort of depressive behavior after a little while. But that wasn't entirely the point. The point, as Gregory Bateson mentioned in his remarks, was as follows. All right, so these two otters learned from a toy which was not food to engage in play which was not combat. In human terms, play and metaphor are closely related. The paper toy stood for, but was not, food or something like it. And the abstract hint otters must be able to receive from each other might be put into such words as, and then the film garbles. But it's okay, because the point is that otters are receiving an abstract hint from each other. And that abstract hint is of the nature of this is play. So can we translate these ideas into Peircean concepts, and what can we learn by doing that? We can, when you have in a fight, you have the nip or the bite is part of that. It's part of a larger whole, so that would be a relationship of index. But what we're really thinking of in play is the relationship of a play fight as a whole entity to a non-play fight as a whole entity. And this is an iconic relationship, what Bateson is calling metaphor. One whole behavior is like, as it were, an image of the other. The play fight is like an image, but with a difference of the real fight, which means that the relationship established by play is an abductive relationship. And the same with playing for an object like that toy. The object is not what a species non-play or sort of quote unquote functional behavior would indicate it to be. It's not what its habitual behavior would indicate it to be. It is not just that and nothing more. Now, Gregory Bateson has actually extended this to looking at the phenomenon of threat, as a particular type of phenomenon of threat, because what's salient there is that in play you're dealing with a nip that's not a bite. In threat, you're dealing with a threat that's not a fight. And that's because you're dealing with a potential attack, which if the recipient decodes this message, will not eventuate into an actual attack. So that the baring of teeth of that dog in the previous slide mentions the attack, but is not yet part of an attack. And then what might happen is that animal will pause and see what the reaction is. And if the reaction isn't satisfactory to that animal, then the teeth will be bared a second time for real. And both Gregory Bateson and Maxine Sheets Johnston, I really looked at this process. Bateson used the term splitting, and Maxine Sheets Johnston used the term distancing. So this is a kind of doubling or double description, which is set up in both incident of play or in an incident of threat. And it's more complicated to describe how it happens in display because of the galumphing and other modifications that aren't really that easy to summarize. But this splitting is a scaffold for future developments, further developments in biosemiotics and eventually symbolic communication. So another way that Gregory Bateson described what is going on in play is that it involves the classification of categories of behavior. Even though it's intuitively understood and enacted by the animal, it's still an instance of classification at the level of a category of behavior. Not a specific behavior, but a type of behavior. And this is a reason why, to use Hofmeier's term that we were just looking at in Don Favreau's talk, the play increases the semiotic freedom of animals, which Hofmeier also defined semiotic freedom as extending the scope of their cognitive and communicative capacity. And this scaffolds itself into freedom because the signs no longer have to denote what they might otherwise appear to denote, which leads to what Gregory Bateson would later call a double description involving this is and is not difference between the play action and the action that it would be if it weren't play. So when I talk about the ability of not having to mean what comes next in some simple way, or to bring about the possibility of possibility, again with Don Favreau's discussion of the question of possibility. This is very importantly catalyzed by the phenomenon of play. Here we have a screenshot of a talk that Jesper Hofmeier gave at the University of Oregon in 2013, where many of us were there. And his talk was entitled Semiotic Scaffolding, a Unitary Principle Gluing Life Together. In the later part of that talk, he gives kind of an evolutionary history going through more and more complex animal and animal behaviors through a whole series of species. And at a certain point, he comes to turtles and he comes to object play. And this is a very difficult, it's a slide inside a slide inside a slide. So it's very difficult to see, but you have here a basketball and you have here a turtle. This is the head of the turtle and here's the body of the turtle, and the turtle is playing with a basketball. And what's going on with this turtle is that it's playing with basketball. But what Jesper Hofmeier immediately keyed onto with this is that you have to imagine the turtle as being sentient. Now, Gregory Bateson didn't worry much about talking about sentience, consciousness, and so forth. And Jesper Hofmeier is really still engaging with the ghosts of Descartes here in, saying, well, look, this animal is playing, therefore we know it's sentient. If you take the ball away, could you imagine that the turtle wasn't sentient? And never mind that we ourselves are not probably conscious all the time either. But the photo was from what Jesper Hofmeier called the famous incident at the Washington Zoo, which sort of rhymes in a funny way with the experience that Gregory Bateson had with those otters at the zoo. Because when this basketball was introduced, the turtle stopped the self-destructive behaviors that it was engaging in when it was engaging in play. So you had a sort of, health promoting aspect of play that sort of rhymes between those two animal incidents at the zoos. So my conclusion although I could have some further remarks, is to say that play as a semiotic scaffolding, if that term had existed in 1954, Gregory Bateson would have said that that's what it was. And here's the quote where I learned that that was the case. I wish I could, okay. He said, "This, however, is related to what was said earlier when it was argued that play marks a step forward in the evolution of communication, the crucial step in the discovery of map territory relations. In primary process, map and territory are equated. In secondary process, they can be discriminated. In play, they are both equated and discriminated." Now leave it to Gregory Bateson to juxtapose Freudian and Korzybski's general semantics terminology in order to make a biosemiotics point. But my translation of this, it would be as follows. For a hypothetical non-playing animal, its model, its experience, its Umwelt as it encounters it, is experienced in some way as an unmediated reality. And I was using to think with the famous study by Maturana and others about the frog's eye and the frog's brain. These, as they discovered, are optimized, as it were, for catching moving flies. And if there's a fly around that doesn't move, it doesn't catch it. So it is pretty much channeled, whether you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, innate, or whether you want to call it habitual. These are really related points, but there's only a limited sense of possibility in that kind of behavior. But for humans, we can on occasion sometimes discriminate between what is and what might or might not be, or even to know that our signals are signals. But this discrimination would not have arisen without the intermediate step of play, and play provides the first gap. I think we've been talking about gaps this morning too. The first gap or detachment in which an is or is not communicational paradox might point to the eventual evolution of the symbol. And I could stop here and take some questions and maybe go to some other points if they're relevant to the questions.
Philip, that's perfect because you're bang on time. If you could sharing, we will go to a gallery and I can see everyone who might have their hand up manually. As well as digitally, but we've first got Gary, if you wish to unmute.
Yes, this is a wonderful talk, and the idea of linking play to scaffolding, so semiotic scaffolding is brilliant. And I just wanted to add in this idea that Peirce came up with of sporting as an exploration. Really the faculty, the development of the faculty of imagination as a free exploration of creative possibility. And that being the basis of the abductive process. And in a sense, one might be able to view play as a process of exercising and development of the faculty of imagination and the capacity for abduction. I wonder if you could comment on that.
Well, I just agree with that. And there's another phrase from Peirce, the play of amusement, which is also very relevant here. In fact, Peirce used to say that everyone should engage in a certain few minutes of amusement every day, sort of as as a way of keeping the imagination alive. I think that that's totally relevant to play, and in fact, there are ways that can be explored further.
Philip.
Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I would like have a question for the very end of your talk. So you ended up by saying that the emergence of play is very important for the evolution of signals. And you mentioned humans as a special case. So in your eyes, what would be the difference between the play of otters and play of humans that make it only humans to use symbols, if I understood correctly? So what else is needed from the play?
We don't know what to say to that, because even to use humans as a counter example, it's because it's an easy counter example to us because we're humans. But really, the most important things, especially what I want to explore, are shared with all sorts of non-human animals. And I'm more interested in what we share with the non-human animals than how we're different in that way. So I would chalk the difference question up to people who've looked at the symbol and so on, but I don't really think it's the most interesting point. And I'm hoping that what I've discussed today is, if people will look at it in the spirit of applying it to non-humans, in animals and throughout the living world, rather than trying to discover what's unique to humans. I'm a little bored with that particular endeavor. Nora?
Actually, I think it was Tori next.
Tori next? Okay.
And Nora afterwards. We should have time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'll try to be quick. I wanted to ask you whether or not if you've looked at virtual play, like video game play, in relationship to, play bringing about kind of a healthier change. From my research, it seems like video game play depletes the dopamine and so forth, and makes the players irritable. I'm also very much against the idea of murdering human beings as a form of entertainment, although I know that doesn't make children more aggressive and so forth. My connection cut out just as you were talking about a nip that's not a bite. So I just wondered if you had turned your attention to that at all.
No, because play is such an enormous field, and even play among animals is now an enormous field in biology. And elsewhere, and human play, and if you take it to a larger extent, so much of what we do would fall under that designation, even surprisingly so. There are aspects of it in what we're doing right now. So I don't think that, so I tend to agree with you. Let's look at it this way. Play expands possibility, and that's coming back into what Don Favreau was talking about. And it doesn't always do so in a way that we might want to encourage. It expands possibility in many sort of ways. It so happens that these particular animals that benefited from intervention of play in their zoo environment, but that doesn't mean that it's always health-giving. It's as complex as life itself.
So there's a fine line between, or maybe no line at all, between pathological and creative behavior.
Well, we can, you can create yourself into a corner. You can paint yourself into a corner adaptively, probably morally, and all sorts of other ways, just by going with what seems to be creative at the time. So yeah, it's not a panacea.
Thanks, Philip. We've got a time to squeeze one in from Nora.
Yeah, hi, Philip. That was great. Super exciting. And I can really see how this, the aphanipoesis part is dipping into this place where the possibilities live. And one of the things that strikes me about this, coming back to our term transcontextual and the role of the double bind, which of course is lurking through everything that you're saying here. Yeah, so this thing that somehow with play, what you're getting is this kind of contextual rubbing up against each other, abductive process, that is generative either of new possibilities, insights, etc., or potentially binds. And it's both how you get into them and how you get out of them. And of course, that link then with learning and transcontextual learning is probably self-evident, but I think worth mentioning. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that and registering that. Yeah, beautiful. It was great to see that.
That's great. That's really wonderful. And I think it ties a lot of things together. Thanks a lot, Nora.
Excellent. We're bang on schedule once more. Many thanks, Philip. Let me just invite people to give you a final round of applause there, digitally or semaphorically. Meanwhile, I will introduce Peter Harris Jones, the most distinguished Bateson scholar. I picked up his book. I haven't picked this up for a couple of years, Upside Down Gods. And just to prove that he's distinguished, look at how many post-it notes I've got in there. Incredible. Which all of that is to try and distract for a moment while I get a video up. So we will see a video of Peter. I think he was rather close to nature when he made this video because the quality isn't fantastic, but I will get that up and I will share screen and hopefully we can have some questions at the end for Peter as well. Best thing of all about Peter is he's a stalwart of biosemiotics, so he's one of our own. Do let me know if there's any difficulties hearing or seeing this. So off we go.
Okay. I'd like to talk about the origin of this paper that I have done, because it started somewhere in the time of the beginning of the pandemic, when the Association of American Cybernetics, the American Society for Cybernetics, ASC, the past president, who asked me to do a paper on Bateson's relationship to McCulloch. And the reason for this was because the ASC is doing a big revision of McCulloch's work. The reason that they're doing the big revision is because although there were plans made by his wife gathering his papers up and putting them into order on McCulloch's death, she took them to a printers that unfortunately was financially unstable. So there were only, of the 4 volumes of McCulloch's work that she put together, there were only 300 copies made of this. And the family decided that they would back a investment in a republication in order to get McCulloch's work out into the public again. And the ex-president of the Association for American Cybernetics, the ASC, decided that he would take on this job. So he said he was going, first of all, to do a presentation in a series of volumes of a magazine called Echo, which I guess was part of ASC, and republish the central pieces together
Paul, you muted Peter's video. Paul, you have to unmute. Unmute.
Individual people who were in McCulloch's ring of events, and Gregory Bateson was one of them. Would I do a piece on Gregory Bateson and McCulloch? And so I had, in fact, used McCulloch in my own writing, but it was fairly slim. And I thought, well, this will be interesting because I will be able to go back to that literature again. And if they're doing a full piece here, I can enlarge what I had done in my original writing and perhaps get insight. Well, wow, did I get insight? I mean, when you went back into Bateson's work, if you look at steps to an ecology of mind, for example, there is no reference to McCulloch, although there is a central paper on McCulloch's work in there called Coding and Redundancy. But if you go to the second volume, which was called The Sacred Unity, which was Rodney Donaldson's further contribution on Bateson's work, you find full comments of Bateson saying, my goodness me, thanks for McCulloch. He is really like Moses for me, being able to guide me in the enterprise. So there's perfect evidence, and he is very effusive in various pages of A Sacred Unity about how McCulloch enabled him to put his ideas in order. Now, why did Bateson need McCulloch is the question. The answer is that he knew that his work with Norbert Wiener, which had led to the notion of information as negentropy, was just a slim slice of what information does, and that it just wasn't good enough. Norbert Wiener had really made not a scientific suggestion when he called it negentropy. He just made a suggestion, a metaphor about the possibility of information being important for such things as mechanistic feedback. But it wasn't really telling anything about meaning. And that's what Bateson wanted to get at. So he knew that he had to adjust out of the work that he had done with Wiener into a larger realm of meaning. Now, one of the things he had done, however, when he was working with the Wiener idea, was to one of the things he had done was to change the notion that Wiener originally had, which he called negentropy, which was to fit the law of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, into a notion of flexibility. He had originally done that because he reckoned that negentropy was equivalent to that sort of information available before being dissipated by thermodynamics. Therefore, there was, if you like, a sort of bin of information that could still be used for purposes. But the problem with this, for any purpose, but the problem for this was that it engaged in a sort of notion of thermodynamics and power. And Bateson wanted to get to something else, which was meaning. And meaning involved values. And where were the values in all this? Because if you're dealing with human communication, you are dealing with values all the time. And there was nothing really in that statement that Wiener had produced that related to anything but dissipation of energy. You wanted to get out of that. So step one was to introduce this notion of flexibility, but it really didn't go far enough. And he wanted to go to the full way in which meaning can be expressed. Well, surely sociology had done this already. If you go to sociology, and Bateson said sociology hadn't done this. Bateson's main problem with the sociology of his day, and he admitted that he as sociologist fell into this, was to take metaphors of power of one and energy of one sort and express them as systems of social relations. Right, so if he was going to deal with meaning, or if he was going to deal with what Peirce called interpretance, he couldn't use power, and he didn't want to use the notion of objects. You weren't interpreting an object, you were interpreting an idea. Well, where is the idea in all this? How do we get to a notion of ideas? And McCulloch was the guy in all this. McCulloch did indeed deal as a conventional cyberneticist with the notion of electricity in the body, in the into the neuro dimension. In fact, he did a sort of standard paper in neurology at the time that showed the electricity, if you like, in the neural impulse and the impact of the neural impulse was an impact that was digital. But Bateson had the view, and McCulloch agreed with him, that digital wasn't enough. And so you had to code for non-digitality, which meant really that you had to step back from the actual electrical transmission to propose another sort of information that was there, that could be expressed, that was one step removed from the energy pulse. And McCulloch agreed with this. And not only that, but McCulloch said, I tell you what we do when we code these things at the moment. We use a notion or a term such as a meta. We're going to undertake classification of information. We are going to use a notion of meta. And Bateson said, yes, that sounds as if it's context, exactly what I have been talking about in the behavior assumptions, that this is a term which we can relate to context. But in the set of contexts, we can get out of behavioral assumptions to a more abstract form. And this abstract form of meta is something else. And McCulloch said, well, you know, in mathematics, they use meta. If you go to Russell, they use meta as a sort of coding device for what we might call an idea. And Bateson says, yes, that's what I'm answering. I want to introduce flexibility into the discussion of ideas, or an idea is not based on behavioral assumptions, but it's based on its formal components, because I want to get at the morphology of form, which is a wider dimension than just simply behavior and power inducing behavior. It introduces the notion of an idea, and it sets ideas in contexts with one another. Now, how do we proceed? And so this is how they came into contact with one another. On a fairly big project on a number of years, and you find them in his letters to McCulloch in his vast library. So that's the sort of introduction. Now, all of this was done with McCulloch at a time before Bateson had grasped what he was moving towards, but didn't grasp until 1968-69, was his own redefinition of information. And it helped towards redefining that very much. To have at last a classification, if you like, a classification system of an idea which is going to introduce complexity, and one of the complexities it's going to introduce is a backward looping effect in memory, which of course McCulloch had studied in the physical domain, but Bateson's going to discuss in the meaning domain. From now on, this backward loop of memory into context. So we begin to build up a pluridimensional way of looking at context and looking at it as a peculiar ladder which frames itself in several dimensions. So you can have not only a context as a meta, but you could have a meta-meta as well, which would frame, in other words, the meta-meta, which would frame the meta. And you begin to build up a ladder. But what sort of ladder? Very important. McCulloch had come across this point himself in coding, and he had come to the conclusion that his cybernetics way of doing it as a set of linear steps was not a proper way of dealing with complexity. And you had to deal with complexity in a different way, polydimensional, particularly if you're dealing with meta and meta-meta, because they might, as it were, invade one another in change as you're classified. So you then have to develop this notion of polydimensional contexts. And once you do that, you run out of mathematics. Mathematics cannot do this. So if you're doing meaning and you've got standard mathematics, you cannot go into a polydimensional order, and yet you have to. So he invented this term heterarchy. Very interesting term, heterarchy. Because it meant in these sets of things that are called contexts, or in the mathematical term, meta, in the set of things that are called contexts, you find different ways of classifying metas within other metas. That is the nature of the polydimensional, and these have to be scattered throughout the range of events that are happening. And what does this scattering look like? And McCulloch said it's basically a change in a set of system of relationships. we are switching all the time in the memory circle, as we are switching all the time from long-term memory to short-term memory, we are also in our notion of context, shifting context from one way it's presented into another way that it's presented, into a third way that it's presented. And these all involve the same set of relationships, but a different order of the set of relationships. And Bateson said, well, now I have the beginnings of notion of the classification of ideas. And this then was a fairly substantial beginning. And he said, well, how do you do it? And one of the big papers is the paper in steps to an ecology of mind on redundancy and coding. Because how do you get certainty? You get certainty through redundancy, through repetitions, particularly if you're dealing with repetitions in a circular vein. Bateson always gives a circular rather than a linear theory. And so, in common sense terms, you have what C.S. Peirce called habit building up. Habit is redundancy of particular practices that generate a daily circle or a daily year of habitual whatever it is. So this induces a notion in our minds of anticipated certainties, not of actual certainties that have gone to consciousness and that have been filtered through logical constraints to this is the exact way of doing. No, it is to anticipate it. And there might be several anticipated things that you're not quite sure. You have a sometimes moment. So maybe this, maybe that. All right, so you have a sometimes moment. And sometimes this might be correct, and sometimes that might be correct. But the person, or if it's going to be an animal, because Bateson could take this notion into the animal sphere, the person or the animal can sort of have a prediction of what the next move is. So it can distinguish between the possibilities of A and the difference between that possibility and through guesswork, the possibility of B. So instead of having deduction, you have abduction, and you have abduction through perception. And this route then of abduction through perception is one that Bateson felt exists between the objectivity of science, which he felt was very mechanistic, and the spiritualism of the religious world, which he regarded as mystical. He needed, as it were, everyday classifiers rather than mystical classifications if we are dealing with ideas. And this then is a guesswork about differences that make differences through perception. Now, what is the result of all this work? Well, a lot of people have in fact said, and they look at the material, no, Bateson is still a materialist. Look at his relationship to at the beginning when he was working with feedback. It seems he was taking on just simply the feedback terminology, wasn't adding anything to it. And Norbert Wiener seems to be dominant. And I think they ignore the McCulloch influence. This is the great thing. In opening up the McCulloch influence, you begin to see a pattern of events that sometimes evolves in peculiar language or peculiar suggestions at the end, because Bateson's made the route across, as it were, the route across the the Great Divide and come on the other side, and other people haven't grasped what this is, that it is an ideational schema. So I think it's important for those interested in Bateson to make the McCulloch connection, because it conclusively proves that maybe he made mistakes, but nevertheless he was working with a classification of ideas and also perception. The other thing is that he said about this is that it is unconscious perception rather than conscious perception. Now, I have just read in the latest, June copy of the Scientific American, a whole discussion on conscious perception. And it's a piece by Christoph Koch. And he stresses what they are doing with article. And sometimes he writes with, or has written, on the same theme with Francis Crick, whom is a big guy. But on the same point, really, he is examining the latest tools that they have available through artificial intelligence to be able to contact the perceptive part of the brain, not the conceptive part of the brain. Conceptive part of the brain is the floor of the head. The perceptive part of the brain is in the back. To first of all investigate where it is in the cortex, find it, and once you have found it, insert a sensor, if need be, by operations, by putting a sensor through the skin into the brain to make a direct connection, and then put it into a machine who will do the work then sorting for you. Now, this is conscious perception. And Bateson knew that artificial intelligence was going to go this way. And so many of the things that he says about perceptive loops in his term, giving meaning and value, additional information about messages, and saying that these were unconscious rather than conscious sorting, was to head off the notion of the brain as some form of motor or machine. He didn't want to go there. So his idea, and he didn't want to go to Freud. He thought Freud had made a complete mess of it too. So he wasn't going to go to Freud. He was going to go back to the classifications that McCulloch started and try to introduce us to the old Chinese idea of the axle and the wheel, and how change happens, how events unconsciously, seemingly, particularly in perception. I'm talking perception as awareness, not perception, the idea immediacy, but perception awareness, how it changes, how it fluctuates in communication or communications. And to leave that point as a lasting legacy. And that's about all I have to say.
Okay, so thank you, Peter. Okay, I hope everyone was able to hear that and the sound was okay and so on. Peter is somewhere in the room, I think. So I think Tori's hand is up from last time, but I will be corrected on that. Somebody says they missed the last 30 seconds. Is that true?
I didn't. I could see the whole thing.
Oh, old message, Peter says. So it was from Peter. Okay, so any questions? It was from Peter Cariani. Any questions for Peter Harris-Jones?
You don't see me, Paul.
So Dawn, okay.
Hey, thank you very much. Peter, would you tell us a little bit more about this project to bring back Warren McCulloch? I think you mentioned to me that there was an encyclopedia entry that you were writing for this that's now been published.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
I'm unused to this system. Actually, he's publishing the Warren McCulloch work, the complete. He's done 4 volumes for a journal called Echo. It's E-CO, I think it is. And the last one was published in May. So the 4 things replicate the volumes that McCulloch had previously, except that he has worked out with great help and in terms of work of linking what McCulloch was saying to the literature. And then you can follow it in the literature, because basically there is this theme. Now, I've just read a new book that was published in June the 3rd that says McCulloch's ideas were the ideas of empiricism, which was for a time overrun by artificial intelligence modes of procedure rather than empirical learning as a mode of procedure in the neural system, which is what McCulloch was trying to portray, and what Bateson recognized as a prime epistemology in his own work. And sorry, where is I? This further publication of he has hoped to do is to induce a stream against each of McCulloch's main ideas that he put in his book Embodiments of Mind, and put it through the literature, so you can do now a library from the American Society for Cybernetics through their journal. And then, in addition, he's going to follow it on with individual people, such as Bateson, that McCulloch had strong influence on.
Is that okay for you, Dom? Good. Okay, we have, because the video is quite long, we have run out of time for this session. I'd just like to draw attention to a question from Boris in the chat. Would you mind telling us a bit more about the notion of method that McCulloch introduced? I don't know if that can be prosecuted in the chat, perhaps, or possibly in the breakout room. Now, I have to introduce somebody else, and the problem with stalwarts of biosemiotics is they're a bit like buses. You wait ages and then 2 come along at once. Okay, so it's with great pleasure that I'm going to introduce to you Madine Anderson. But before I do that, Madine's got a video and she can speak at the end as well. Don, would you mind, you've got a copy of the video, would you mind sharing, because one of the problems with the previous video, I think, was caused by my laptop overheating.
Can do. Just give me 1 second to find this excellent video. It's just give me a second. Maybe Peter can talk to the question of McCulloch's method or ideas for a moment, because I have to go dig into my system just a little bit to pull out Madine's video, but I won't have to dig long.
So Peter, says, would you mind telling us more about the notion of method that McCulloch introduced?
Yes, well, it was borrowed from Bertrand Russell. In fact, it was McCulloch who told Bateson to go back to read Bertrand Russell when he was searching for logical types, which Bateson did indeed do. There, of course, was the notion or the distinction between the individual and the group, which is important in his work. And then from there, he said and explained what the mathematics of meta was. in the fact that you were switching relationships, but you weren't switching necessarily when you're making a step. You weren't switching into you were switching into a broader dimension, but not a change in relationships. And that was important because in ordinary sociology, if you were switching dimensions, you would be switching very much into a whole different sort of array. And that's how sociological theory or anthropological theory persisted, between sort of functional requirements and structure at the end. And this was a no-no as far as Bateson was concerned. So it's a new way of looking at persistent relationships that change their form. It was the beginning of a morphological change. And that's what Bateson wanted to grasp.
Very good. Thank you, Peter. And Paul, with your permission now, and
Yeah,
after
please
introduction, we'll play Merdine's video. Okay. Can everyone see that? And here we go.
Hello, this is Merdine Anderson speaking from West Lafayette, Indiana. I'm here at the gatherings this year to join Peter Harries Jones, not as intimately as we had planned, to look at Lauren S. McCulloch's relations with Gregory Bateson. Peter is obviously the world expert on Gregory Bateson. I have only, as it were, met him, but I have had a course with him at Hawaii in, we don't know the year, mid-late 60s. And of course, that set me on a lifelong journey as a semiotician and anthropologist, and officially a linguist as well. I want to mention not only that introduction to Bateson, but how I became aware of Lauren McCulloch. It was just a little bit later, probably in 1969, when I arrived at Yale and discovered that there was a memorial symposium honoring McCulloch. The topic was one word: rhythm. I fell into place. I didn't leave this one or several day symposium any more than I had to. And then I went about finding out more about McCulloch. I haven't re-researched him since that time, but it stayed with me. At this symposium, and I will have eventually the program for it. It is buried under 40 years of books and papers. In that program, there were artists, physicists, poets, anthropologists, literature people, and people in other professions besides the academic. I was totally mesmerized. Many of these contributors brought with them their show and tell. They were performers, not just speakers. I remember a gamelan concert. I remember Robert Ferris Thompson's his musical skills with unique African instruments, but also his African tapestries and other examples of general African arts and crafts and mental habits
that pulled together in a way for almost the whole continent a signature for style and rhythm. And it did center around simultaneity and linearity, but I don't have anything more to share at this point, because in fact, I can't even confirm that this conference was other than a figment of my imagination, but I will get you the program eventually. Now, what I have up here is on my screen, having nothing whatsoever to do with this, except to excuse a couple of slides that I'll follow with. And the important thing on this 2019 abstract for Buenos Aires is the last paragraph, which I guess is there. What first captured me with Bateson after he published Steps to an Ecology of Mind was how he launched that book with metalogs, conversations with his young daughter, Mary Catherine, at some indeterminate age, but I imagine that Nora will be able to fine-tune that for me. Metalogs, which I'll get into a little bit later, a type of pattern emergence that we can all share multidimensionally, polysensationally, when we are our own selves and not behaving like cultural robots or cultural linguistic robots. So in that long ago now talk, I say embracing metalog as a methodology in sociocultural research affords the semiotician a release from the vaulted interview that itself has already become the standard interaction format in commercial media. I will challenge the utility of interview across the variety of settings and even suggest it perpetuates a compromising colonial form of discourse. That is not my real message today, but I couldn't keep from taking the opportunity to share it with you as a thought piece. Now to get to another slide. Oops. What I now share is the updated genealogy that I presented in Buenos Aires in 2019, showing these very important people in my life. I didn't know, of course, William Bateson, the father to Gregory, and I never met Nora's mother, Lois, but I have met many, many times Margaret Mead and Kathy Bateson. And this image shows the passing of Mary Catherine Bateson. But now I want to show you what they saw in 2019, which was not with that death date, but with pictures. And I guess a reason to show this also is what I have at the bottom, because it's also a tribute to John Dealey. I remember when he came, he and Brooke came by my house one year, and as he often did, as he traveled the north and south and east and west in the country. And he brought in a scroll. And we had to look for a place in my house crowded with books to find a place to roll out this scroll. It was his and Brooks' design for their gravestones. And he was most excited about the arrangement of the dates. It seemed most natural to him that the birth date should be in European order, which is the logical one, and that the death date should be in the inverse, which is also logical. And that puts the birth date and the death date side by side. And so I did that with those individuals who had passed as of 2019. And again, I'm going to appeal to Nora to help me out on this. Now I want to talk a little bit more about Gregory before I get to Warren McCulloch. For some reason, what first captured me about Peter's talk was the introduction of meta into the conversation. It came from mathematicians, as I gather. And so meta and metalog and metaphor are very rich concepts, and I think we understand them to be very rich and multifold concepts. Later in Bateson, he did talk a couple of times, he used the word multilog, and several other people have used that, which would be an entirely different thing, because that would just be concrete participants in a conversation. But a metalog has larger aims. Conversation about something worth having a conversation about. Not only do the participants discuss the issue, but the structure of the conversation is relevant to the same subject. And only some of the conversations presented here achieve this double format, he said, in steps. And here were those metalogs with his daughter. Later he appended, notably, the history of evolutionary theory is inevitably a metalog between man, person, and nature, in which the creation and interaction of ideas must necessarily exemplify evolutionary process. Just enjoy those metalog topics. They are very open-ended. They were initiated by the daughter, and the father took hold of the opportunity to mutually explore the depths and breadths of the issues. The one I like best is, why do things get in a muddle? That could have been the first sentence I ever uttered. My life and lifestyle have always been in a muddle. I was face to face with entropy before I ever had even heard the word, let alone used the word. Now, we don't need the first section here, or even the second, which repeats what I just went over. But relations involve something suturing them, and we've come to call that communication. Communication as a word in English is extremely problematic, and we all know that information is not definable, although we do like Bateson's a difference that makes a difference. The contrast here that I noticed taking the seminar in the 60s was analog vis-a-vis digital. And the analog was, in those times, all we had, even in clocks. Digital was around the corner. Plugging in Peirce's 3 angles on sign, the iconic, the indexical, and the symbolic, they might fit in this fashion. The important thing for us and Bateson and McCulloch and artificial intelligence and deep learning today is the symbolic, which cannot be dealt with digitally other than arbitrarily. On the other hand, a symbol is already arbitrary. So you've got an arbitrary, and maybe of an arbitrary. The discussion right now in deep learning is around whether or not AI will ever be able to metalog or to make analogies. I followed a little bit a Santa Fe computer person, Melanie Mitchell, who is very reluctant to be optimistic about this, but it's her job to be optimistic. And others who think this is a non-problem. I'm not concerned with that. We're learning more and more about the brain and less about the mind. The brain does have levels. So the deepness of deep learning and attaches to the levels in the cortex, supposedly. But evidently, these are not Chinese boxes of levels. These levels all have lateral extensions. And the brain is a very leaky thing. So whether it's information that moves or travels or hops or not, it doesn't matter. Things in the brain are not things. Things in our reality are not things either, except that we're speaking English, a hearer-oriented language, following Per Durst Anderson. The fact that all of our conversations in science that I'm privy to anyway tend to be in English makes me suspect that we're missing a lot of angles. Maybe I can jump to an argument for there being different styles of sciencing. Now, already I should have said that our use of language brings up very frozen ideas about language and speech or signed speech being the same thing, just two modalities. But if you look at what we now know of the evolution of language and the evolution of signing and speeching, which might be called languaging, we can see that those were separate phenomena. They're not joined at the hip or the head or the heel. They are, have been, and still are independently emerging in development. So it's not just that language and languaging, or speech for most of us, have been evolved separately. They have emerged developmentally separately. And this is pretty exciting. And I think it will fit into reinforce anyone's intuition that we are different personalities when speaking different languages. And why would that translate into being different scientists when we're sciencing? Well, what I've been puzzling on for all too long and never published, because I'm trying to get these minds to come together and do it for me. I have met Dirk Anderson, read his work. I have met Antoine Dachan, the French biochemist who also has a lab in Wuhan, who also has a Chinese name and publishes under his Chinese name, Lao Tong. And Bolton, I believe his first name might be James. These people have separately and maybe not interactively converged on some of the same ideas that could even be retrofitted in the purse. Dirk Anderson suggests from his very deep data that there are 3 grammars in each and every language family. And we're used to language families as being what shapes their subject languages. This is something that cross-cuts orthogonally all language families. 3 kinds of grammars. Context-oriented, he sometimes says reality-oriented. I prefer context-oriented. Speaker-oriented. I might have these in the wrong order, by the way, but in general, this is okay. And hearer-oriented. And in context-oriented, he first worked on Russian as a linguist. So that is his best second language, perhaps more than English. And he discovered that it had a very different kind of grammar, focusing on aspect and reality or immediacy, where idea to thing is the order of daily cognition and interaction. Abduction is foregrounded. In speaker-oriented languages, you see I have the typo there. The emphasis is on mood and the perception of the speaker, working from deduction and idea to idea. The examples there would include Bulgarian, which is not mentioned here, which is a Slavic language related to Russian, but it is a different kind of grammar. Finally, English, and coincidentally Danish, but not because we're related, will be hearer-oriented, data-driven, induction-addicted, and thing to idea. So if I could map this back onto some of the English thinkers that we're investigating in whether we're first language speakers or otherwise, I think we would get even more exciting things to discuss. I also want to mention that English is heavy on nouns, and that's why we think language is language and speech is speech. And all of our topics for investigation are labeled, even though we're in the process. We are labeled as nouns, and this is going to eventually bite us back as we realize there are other cognitive personalities out there. Now, I wanted to say more about McCulloch. He was trained as a psychologist, medical doctor. He focused on adults, and he was little appreciated in his time. His time has come. His papers, hopefully, with Peter's help, will be sucked back into production, and we will all be better informed. Let me mention just one more thing. Okay, it turns out on reflection that my first introduction to McCulloch was not in that symposium honoring him after his death in 1969. The conference could have been, of course, in 1970. It was through Eugene Garfield's Current Context Citation Index, where he pulled out the most cited articles in both the social science and the science databases. In social science, it was George A. Miller's The Magical Number 7 plus or minus 2, I believe 1956. And the most cited article in Science was the 1959 Lettvin, Maturana, McCulloch, and article, What the Frog's Eye Tells the Frog's Brain. They were not shy about fanciful narrative, and that is one of the reasons why so many, including our friends Maturana and McCulloch.
Okay, sorry to everyone. My Wi-Fi seems to be getting a little squirrely at this hour at night, so just a little bit of distortion there, Mardine. But please, Paul, continue your session.
Yes, many thanks for that, Don. It saved me too. We will infringe on the breakout room time a little bit, but I think we should be offered an opportunity to speak with Nadim for 5 minutes.
Could I put up a better version of that chart, Paul?
Yes, please do. Meanwhile, we've got an interesting observation in the chat. Philip Kudemi says, the problem which Melanie Mitchell identifies in AI, that AI cannot process analogy, is as much as to say that it cannot engage in abductive process. And she wonders whether it would require embodiment for this to happen. Any thoughts on that?
I wonder why we are even so compulsive about filling in all the gaps. Some of these gaps are enjoyable in their own right, as they're productive of further amusement, but that's not really a response. Yeah, this has corrected some typos and added quite a bit from what was showing in my talk, for what it's worth. I do think that our engagement, our total saturation with Persian ideas, which we find so compelling in particular might have only come from a brilliant mind who happened to teach, have learned a particular language. And other major thinkers, of course, Bateson is one, but he also learned English first, have come from different grammars, different linguistic grammars. And we're not talking about different languages. We're talking about totally different cognitive relations, which are further invitations to explore what we're interested in. And these aren't translatable, strictly speaking. So that's just been my last 10 years of compulsive thinking on my own. But I don't have a solution, and I can't get these people to talk to each other. I have met and conversed with 2 of the 3 people mentioned here, and then there's a third person, not an academic, Richard Conrad, who recently wrote a book on more or less doing business in English, Japanese, and Chinese. And it just so happens those are the 3 grammars represented here. And he's terribly prescient. He doesn't cite a thing that we would recognize, but I don't know him. I haven't approached him, but I just can't believe he doesn't even have a bibliography.
Just a quick question, Merdine. Do you think that the sticking part, the part that's problematic, is the use of the word grammar? I know that Durst Anderson insists on it, but he has a specific understanding of it, which is similar to yours.
I would agree. I just don't know what else to put in the place of that noun. It is very misleading. Absolutely, it doesn't help.
Okay, do we have anyone else? Questions before we break?
Let me just say one more thing, in case you forgot Peter's title, as I have it anyway. In a communicational world, there are no objects. I mean, that says so much in itself. And I just wanted to
that cat food smells so bad.
Yeah.
Don't anybody go anywhere, because we have Jagma and then Nora.
Hello, Miriam. It's so interesting. Of course, it's very challenging introducing to try to classify my own mother tongue somewhere in your typology. Where can I get something to read about that? Do you have a book?
Yes, there are many things that Durst Anderson has written in English, and I can put that in the chat eventually. But he only researches very thoroughly these languages before he decides how to classify them. And at first, and then he says that they were not born, these languages were born in genealogies, but after they're in genealogies, they fractionate and then they cycle, and they cycle in this order, evidently, but not gradually. So you don't have to, I think it's going to be like punctuated equilibria in biology. I think English is going to coast along for however long it has, and however many, maybe millennia in the future. And then there will be a point at which it is accumulating too much noise and will become a context-oriented language.
Very interesting.
And so you won't find a list that he has. I've pieced this together and only fit in something on one line each, because I didn't want to give too many examples. I'm very disturbed that I don't have offhand any more examples of here oriented in this line. I had room for another one, and then, but I don't know.
Thank you.
Interestingly, Jagma and Medine, Durst Anderson's specialisms are in this order: Danish, Russian, English, and then Chinese. So he's got nothing from the middle, I don't think.
No, he's working on Arabic. I mean, he's working on a number of languages, but they're just because they're related to each other doesn't mean that they're going to end in the same classification here. But he's very cautious, very systematic in his own research. And his book in 2011 from Mouton isn't an easy read, but his English articles since then have been more accessible. Oh, 2018, he gave a talk that's very well summarized on the web. If you look up Durst Anderson, Moscow, almost that will get you to a summary of his talk there in Moscow at a business school, and that is his first research language. He probably learned English before Russian, but not as a research language.
Okay, thank you, Medine. We'll go to Nora now, and I think we should make that the last question, and we should have a little bit of a break. Nora.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight something that I noticed in your talk, which was so beautiful, which is when you spoke about communication as being an inadequate word and used the word suturing. And I think that what happens just in that metaphor is really important in terms of even thinking about abductive process, in terms of ways in which things are fusing together, or they're in my talk, I was talking about coalescence, which is very similar, I think. And in fact, what I talk about retissuing the gaps. So I think we're on a similar page there, but just recognizing that this thing that happens between organisms, or between even parts of an organism, are really delimited by the notion, or by the terminologies and the language that we're talking about them in. So of course it's no accident that I start trying to make new words, because
yeah, and I'll add your new word to that genealogy. By the way, thank you.
Oh, great. Yeah,
but
something about the necessity. I mean, this is where I was, with that aphony is, and that it comes from diaphanous, and poesis with, poetry lurking in it, that somehow there's something about the diaphanous poetry of life that is essential.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and rigorous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also once life, not just humans, but once life touches inert objects, because we're speaking in nouns, that imparts something very lifelike to those objects, not just pet rocks, but anything in nature. That's all.
Thank you, Medine. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Peter, as well, for this session. Can I propose that we nevertheless have 5 minutes worth of break for people's comfort? Is that okay with you, Nora? Because you will chair the next session, which promises to be beautiful. I'll take that as a yes. See you all in 5 minutes.
Merdine, can you stop sharing screen, please?
Yeah, if I can't find. Stop. Oh, there it is. Thanks.
Couldn't have 10 o'clock dinner. Back in a bit.
Are we back yet?
We decided to have a 5-minute break.
Okay, good.
But that time's nearly up now, so we should be reconvening any moment.
Okay, I will go back down to my studio. I just had a bunch of house guests arrive.
Now, listen, you have to give them biscuits and all sorts.
Nope, I think they're on their own because biosemiotics comes first.
I said that too, but I still had to give them a load of biscuits.
Okay, I need
Well, you got your drink. I got my 11 p.m. dinner. Tori, I think Tori's having breakfast. Steven's eating fruit. Very nice. I like it.
We're all over the world.
I think we can begin. Nora, what do you think? How many participants are here? Looks okay.
I think we're ready. If you're ready, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we're getting ready to go into the next batch of talks, and it's a beautiful bunch of talks. I am really looking forward to this. When I saw this on the schedule, I just, this is such an important topic and one that is not necessarily common to take on. So I want to just acknowledge the biosemiotics group in this endeavor to bring the notion of beauty to communication in biology and how important that is. So to start this section off, we have Barbara Polini and Alberto Angelini from the Polytechnic University of Milan on signs of livingness in design materialities. So without further ado, I'd like to get this started and let's hear what they have to say. Thanks.
All right, can you hear us?
Yes, you look good.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try now to share the screen. What about that?
Looks good.
All right, so it needs a little bit of adjustments. We have some time watch here, and we can start. Okay, so good afternoon. Thanks for inviting us. Since this year gathering, although hybrid, is strictly connected with the International Bateson Institute, we wanted to start with a suggestion from the multifaceted heritage of Gregory himself, a powerful passage from Minds and Nature, where the case of binocular view with its extra dimension reached by combining two convergent sets of information is used as a metaphor for some sort of intersectional thinking, a depth of analysis guaranteed by juxtaposing differently collected or differently coded descriptions. And this is probably true in general, both for Bateson interdisciplinary thinking, for biosemiotics approach, and humbly for our dual presentation. So who is who? Barbara.
Hi, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So my background is in the field of sustainable design. I became more and more interested in materials since they can play a really significant role having an impact on product and services. In particular, biofabricated ones are now part of my ongoing PhD based on material scenarios of regenerative processes.
All right, and this is Alberto. I'm an independent researcher. My backbone is in music. I then studied cinema and work as a video maker. I've been always intrigued by the overlapping of artistic practice and reasoning, so I try to apply a creativity theory approach in all of my works. At the moment, I'm investigating the slippery world of digital interfaces and desktop-oriented narratives. So, by the time we decided to join forces for this conference, we started with some good old mental image. On the left, you have nature, stereotypically represented by a tree. On the right, a chair, the eternal prototype of design. Interestingly enough, they do not only share a quite peculiar material, which is wood, but also they share an idea of stillness, immobility. Now, as we will try to demonstrate by the end of this talk, they could both embrace movement and be perceived as alive. But this requires some adjustments along the line in our perception of plants and or in their usage to build objects to sit on. Some of you may also remember this conceptual piece from the 70s, 1 and 3 chairs, the real thing in the center, its indexical photograph on the left, an arbitrary dictionary definition on the right. Minor spoiler, we're also going to use a triptych of chairs as a guiding principle today, but this time around is going to be some very updated transversal one.
Okay, so our main research question was related to those material features suggesting signs of livingness when applied to an artifact. So we proceeded by analyzing and reflecting on a number of case studies where materials design is strategically employed to encourage user perception of potential aliveness in or within the artifact. We grouped the case studies into 3 different categories, color-coded with stronger nuances as we approach higher level of real or perceived livingness. The first category is the one of smart material, meaning engineered material able to change, mainly in shape of or colors, by dynamically responding to external stimuli, also passive ones, such as temperature, humidity, UV light, to name a few. In the image, you can see our first unusual chair, a bench treated with thermochromic ink. There you have a visual trace of the user, an ephemeral sign that will disappear as soon as the object surface gets rid of the heat, which was impressed by the body through contact. In this case, a kettle is coated in thermochromic dye, gradually changes its color according to the rising temperature of the water. In this case, the time factor plays a fundamental role, as the observer can actually see the transition as it is happening. Hence, the alternative definition of becoming materials. And here is another possible subcategory or sub-definition, namely active matter, with some interesting example, mostly from the MIT. As you can see, these prototypes have the ability to move and change their shape according to the environmental conditions. Also, it's interesting to notice that not only synthetic, but also natural material can do that. For example, in this slide, you can see left to right, foldable pasta, bacteria apply on a fabric, and a wood panel, all reacting to water and humidity. Smart material can also be seen as a medium of physical representation. In fact, some scholars propose them as a tangible interface, capable of bridging the gap between computation and the physical world. As in the case of this case study, UV sensing powder, actually replacing technology and numerical representation with gradients of color, thus introducing a new semantic of human-computer interaction.
So as humans, we survived and evolved thanks to natural science constantly changing around us, interpreting and reacting to a complex dynamic environment. Now, after years of industrial production, the world of design is clearly rediscovering natural materials' imperfections and peculiarities, thus underlining their dynamism and changeability over time into objects. As exemplified, it is clear that smart materials embedded signifiers, along with their resulting signs or signals, can definitely trigger and enhance the stale relationship between humans and artifacts. Summing up, smart materials are programmed and act automatically by performing a change of status that is usually reversible. The material is then perceived as clever, but this is still a simulation. We can talk here of paralinguistic markers conceived by a designer acting as a bio-intersemiotic translator or an interpreter.
So the second category is biofabricated material, meaning materials self-generated by living organisms. We are now entering the field of biodesign, which is an emerging approach combining biology and design. Our second unusual chair is indeed a biofabricated one, since it involves a fast-growing plant in its processing. At this point, it's important to highlight the distinction between bio-based and biofabricated objects. A traditional wooden chair is assembled by transforming a tree into wood and that wood into a serialized shape. In this alternative example, the plant literally grows in the form of a chair for an act of morphogenesis, partly guided by the designer, but still retaining a certain degree of freedom when it comes to the final aesthetics. Let's consider some other organisms. So in this case, algae are bred to be embedded in a 3D printing wire, in turn used to produce bio-based objects. Note that visual storytelling is vital in this context, precisely to display the life cycle of the organism and the lab activity behind the final product. Bacterial cellulose grows by fermenting kombucha tea, and in these particular case studies, it has been used as a leather-like material in the fashion sector, trying to reduce the high impact of classical animal-based clothing. In biodesign, indeed, sustainability is one of the main triggers for experimenting with new materials, even biological ones. Anyway, raw and irregular patterns, which are typical from organic matter, are not always welcomed by the market. In this slide, interestingly, we see how mycelium products, biofabricated with the vegetative part of mushroom, have been gradually standardized. We are talking about the same designers moving from a startup tinkering with organic panels to an established company selling more serialized and colorful furniture.
Yes, and here we come back to what is known as Sidiock's mean thesis. Semiosis is what distinguishes all that is animate from lifeless. These materials, whose inner vitality has been literally, although gently, inscribed into the texture, are somehow speaking louder to the human sensorium. The user can now properly feel some additional active and communicative counterpart, directly emanating from the object. Semiosphere and biosphere are getting closer. Summing up once again, biofabricated materials are engineered and guided throughout their gestation, then released as irregular single pieces. The material is in this case suggesting some sort of familiarity, a closeness to the biological realm. Semiosis has been somehow injected into the production phase and is supposed to spread from the very object, which is a crystallization of a life cycle.
And when the living organisms are kept alive, also during the use phase of the artifact, we can finally speak about living materials. Our last unusual chair is a mycelium one, and here you can even notice how it is fruiting. Some artifacts require organisms to be alive to allow the desired functioning. For example, in this case, bioluminescent bacteria are inserted in a lamp and need to be carefully rocked to light up, thus introducing also the concept of a deep relationship with the user. The designer of this sprouting textile aimed at opening a dialogue between humans and nature, through grass-made dress that will perform a life cycle, changing in color, thickness, appearance, and weight while growing. This fabric's aliveness will deeply modify the sensorial experience, now inevitably interactive. Also, living organisms require care. In this picture on the right, we see the designer watering her grass carpet to keep it alive during an exhibition. In biofabricated objects, we can say that maintenance becomes care, and care becomes relationship. Relationship becomes knowledge, and eventually knowledge becomes consciousness. That's why the speculative aspects of many biodesign projects can be seen as an engine of critical thinking and potential behavior change. Our last case study, really cutting edge, is an example of fungal architecture with the European-funded Fungal project, mainly investigating the potentialities of two high biotechnologically attempts: growing monolithic structure out of living mycelium and functionalizing its radical network to act as a computing device.
Of course, some questions arise at this very moment. What could be the future of our built environment once we accept the possibility of living artifacts surrounding, maybe even hosting us? Are we sure we can politely, respectfully share and cross-pollinate our Umwelt in such a multi-species scenario? Summing up, living materials are strongly co-designed. They engage in a mutual and symbiotic relationship with the user. They need care. They emerge as true coextensive entities, capable of stimulating a dialogue that can positively alter our very interaction with the so-called external world. Now, back to the premises or the basics. Here we have our symbolic, steady tree trunk. By the way, thanks to time-lapse technology, we can today grasp all the tiny, gracious movements that usually elude our perception while looking at a forest. Similarly, in just a matter of a week or so, our fungal chair can be sprouting in our living room, surprising us every other day with new, maybe uncomfortable features. Dynamic changes in the living matter we definitely have to cope with. And here you can see the ultimate syncretic slide. Our chair mascots with the relative livingness color-coded bars and the materials they refer to. And this brings me to some final remarks, possibly bridging design and art. See, if you dig into the definition chart, you immediately notice that the time variable has a strong impact on the perception of every given artifact analyzed. Since I primarily work with time-based arts, namely music and cinema, it's maybe worth searching for some affinities and thought-provoking parallels down there. So, smart material, non-living, but mimicking livingness, will still in the world of traditional design, definitely serial, occasionally industrial. The agency of the material is expressed in a cycle or a loop, what will be a jingle or recurrent chorus in music. This immediately reminded me of GIFs, the ones we use while analyzing active matters, but also pre-cinematic tools like magic lanterns or praxinoscopes employed precisely to create an illusion. By the time we move to biofabricated materials, we have something stabilized, inert, fixed in time, introducing biodesign, mostly experimental and conducted in specialized labs. The material manifests a final crystallized growth, like a musical partiture open to different interpretation. The visual reference would be here chronophotography, another pre-cinematic attempt to study movement by deconstructing it, while vice versa, mobilizing still images along diagrams. Once again, we already saw this approach in the visualized storytelling behind our case studies, using sequential pictures to document the growing process. And finally, living materials, kept alive, changeable, unfolding over time. Here we technically and fatally reach biosemiotic design, aimed at a safe cohabitation of humans and objects, users and nature, possibly. The material almost coincides with the artifacts, expanding and improvising in time under the initial guidance of a designer, acting here as a musical conductor or a spin doctor, if you will. We are confronted with embedded life, strikingly similar to pure cinema or video art installations, somehow resonant with meditative audiovisual streams or CCTV system monitoring reality, and incidentally evoking a future made of radically new interactive media. Now, to conclude, I'd like to read you a quotation that is so appropriate and penetrating, I immediately internalize it as both a revelation and a call to action, especially when recontextualized in our troubled, deranged present moment. Also, it acts as the perfect final summary, sort of multi-layer sum of all my previous tentative mini summaries. Jasper Hoffmeyer, from his visionary book Biosemiotics 2005, translated in English in 2008. Last chapter, the one dedicated to technology, last page, last paragraph. If we want high productivity based on sustainable technology, we must make the effort to arrange our technological means in such a way that it works in accordance with, rather than against, the internal workings of nature. We must learn to speak with nature in its own language. And to do so, of course, is to implement a biosemiotic technology. Thank you. Here you have our emails and our websites.
Thank you so much, Barbara and Alberto. That was beautiful. And I think we have a few minutes for discussion questions. So if anybody would like to ask a question or comment, this is the time. I don't see the gallery view. I think we have to get out of screen sharing or something.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
There we go.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, Thierry.
Hi, thank you for this. I hope you're hearing me. I'm a fellow visual artist, as you are, and I was wondering if there's one thing that I have discovered or noticed along the way, my journey within semiotics, is that the one thing we seem to bring from an artistic point of view is more an investigation of forms and how forms function, rather than the models that represent it. Is that something that you also see in your research, that you're more looking at how forms relate to, rather than the theoretical end result of those relationships?
I think, well, from a design point of view, I'm investigating this biofabricated material because they are very much close to the idea of sustainability. I don't want to be Pollyanna here, so not that everything that is bio-based is sustainable, but for sure we have organisms able to self-generate and create through morphogenesis materials and shapes following a more natural life cycle. So this is the utopia. Concerning your question, I think that more than shapes here is about movement. So I think that the ultimate signal for the material we show here is the changing in time. And the time factor required for observation is really important. Yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, for what concerns, very briefly, my artistic practice, as I was anticipating at the beginning, I always try to combine creativity and theory. So like what happens in the metalogs, for example, my video art pieces usually are not necessarily purely video artistic or documentary, are, let's say, a video art piece with documentary nuances. So a documentarian approach, which will have, for example, some aesthetically appealing features. So I always try to combine the methods or the methodology with the object that I'm investigating and with the very equipment that I'm using. So for example, this nightmare of constantly changing apparatuses and devices, it's a burden, yes, but it is also a constant readjusting and remapping. So if you if you manage as an artist, especially a visual artist nowadays, to cope with that, you can feel that your mind is always heavily reconfigured around the object you're using to film, for example, or to capture the audio. And the same goes for the editing platforms. I didn't have the possibility to start with Moviola, but I started with VHS, and I moved to digital devices and software. And then I moved from Final Cut to Premiere recently, which was a quantum leap. So of course, all of my recent works are heavily inspired and somehow preordinated within the patterns, this time by me, by the people behind the software as well.
Okay, thank you. And Stephen, and then Yogi, and then I think that's all we're going to have time for before the next session. Okay, so go ahead.
Well, I just found your presentation so appealing and strangely reminiscent of steampunk.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I mean, steampunk is entirely mechanical, but it represents this aspiration that people had to make the mechanical less mechanical and to make it more more funky and curved and biological in some way. And I think there's at almost every stage of technology, not just our current one, people have yearned for the living, for something that they could feel good to be around.
Yeah.
Well, it is. In fact, we quoted Donald Norman, which is a very well-known psychologist, consultant in design and researcher. And he is definitely talking about a more natural sign to provide also technological information. That's why all this research also, that's where all this research also came out. And well, in terms of steampunk, we didn't talk about synthetic biology, but it's interesting to notice or to highlight that, of course, dealing with the living is raising a lot of ethical questions. So we didn't mention in this brief time, but there is a lot of ethic to be analyzed behind this raising movement of bio-enthusiasm.
Yeah, yeah. And when it comes to, for example, filmic references, of course, in terms of steampunk, the canonical view is a society in which you have mechanical technology or even robotic technology steam-powered. But along the years, especially between the last and new millennium, we have been confronted with films that were somehow approaching the notion of this kind of cyborg possibility, or let's say biologically fueled robots in different ways. So for example, I always like to refer to Cronenberg, which is implying the idea of the body horror. So you have some interface that, for example, is plugging you into a video game, but this interface is similar to a kidney, for example. Vice versa, you have the Matrix experience in which everything is digitized, and by the time you see the real thing is really horrible and alienating. So I'm always suspending. I don't know if I would like to live in a purely, let's say, aseptical simulation, or if I want to play a video game with something that resembles body parts. I'm thinking about that.
If I may add one thing to this reasoning, it's also interesting to see how through technology we learn and we acknowledge very, for example, little type of organisms. Mycelium or algae or bacteria were not so popular in design or in art a decade ago. But through microscope, through technology applied to the natural world, we are learning so much, and somehow maybe even arriving to understand better the organism perspective, if it's possible, if it's possible.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. I think that we've ended our time. So Yogi, I'm hoping you can put your question in the chat, and I'm sorry we couldn't get to it. I'm just feeling like we have to honor Camila. So Camila Ravushki from University of Trento in Italy is going to speak next on the aesthetic dimension as a demonstration of continuity between nature and culture and human beings. So Camila, are you ready?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. I'm very thankful to be here, even if online, another year, but okay. Let's begin. My presentation, can I share the screen? Just a second. Can you see it? Okay. So, my presentation aims to explore how biosemiotics can inform us about the aesthetic processes that lead to the creation of a work of art. As we shall see, these processes have a characteristic of being semiotic and to take place not only among human beings, but also, and at different levels, among non-human animals. Accordingly, one of the main purposes of this presentation is to show how a study of aesthetic processes can be useful for the demonstration of the continuity between nature and culture in human beings. The topic on the continuity and relationship between art or aesthetics and nature is not new. Indeed, it can be stated to have originated with the birth of philosophy. One of the major points of contention between Plato and Aristotle was precisely the relationship that the work of art has with nature. While Plato relegates the arts to the level of technique without learning, that is, stimulation without knowledge, as opposed to the idea understood as a cognitive purity, Aristotle argued that the art is always imitation, or better known as mimesis of nature. The advance of the philosophy of Aristotle on Platonic idealism is to consider mimesis not as a simple simulation of what the sense organs grasp from the nature, but as a process that leads to the knowledge and the modelization of the surrounding environment. Such process results in the work of art. Platonic idealism has had various disciplines also concerning the aesthetic theory, but we can find other examples of scholars that continue along the Aristotelian line of thought that is of most interest for the present analysis, since a continuity between nature and culture must be sought in the work of art, or rather in the aesthetic processes that lead to it. In this respect, one of the most interesting authors, but perhaps the last known, is Carl Philip Morris. Hence, his aesthetic theory set out in a particularly systematic way in his, Morris is a German writer and essayist that it starts from an idea of nature as a whole, made up of links and relation. And from here, his aesthetic theory, set out in a particularly systematic way in his 1788 paper, Über die bildende Nachahmung des Schönen, that is translated into English under the title Concerning the Creative Imitation of Beautiful. Here, a passage from the book concerning the creative imitation of the beautiful that I want to read because, in my opinion, is very powerful also from a literary point of view. And so translated in English is any beautiful wall from the hand of a formative artist is thus an impression in miniature of the highest beauty of the great wall of nature, that after all still indirectly recreates nature through the formative hand of the artist, that which was not directly part of its great plan. So in summary, what Morris states is that human beings are only able to grasp the single relationship of nature, with the exception of the artist, who is able to grasp beauty, which must be understood on the one hand as an autonomous totality, but on the other hand as a reflection of a cognitive macrocosm, that is the reflection of nature. In other words, normally nature cannot be perceived as a whole by our senses, except for the process of creation that leads to the work of art that imitates the same process used by nature as creator. To conclude this very brief excursus, the importance of Morris' thought in this context is that the analogy between the aesthetic process and the processes that occur in nature is upheld. Another very popular scholar whose aesthetics theory I wanted to briefly present is Henri Faucon. Is a French historian that in 1934 he wrote a small book entitled Vie des Formes, that translated in English is translated into English under the title Life of Forms in Art. And in this book, it starts from the premise that what we call natural life is actually a relationship between forms. And from that, he develops his aesthetic theory. The work of art, according to Faucon, fits fully into these systems of relation of forms, in the sense that the formal relation within a work of art and between different works of art is a metaphor for the functioning of the universe, of the entire universe. In other words, art follows the same tendencies as the universe. That is, it follows the tendency of the natural world, in that it is a set of formal relationships. Although starting from other assumptions than those of Morris, also in Faucon, we can see how prevails a similarity between the aesthetic process and the creative nature, where the artist has the advantage of being an observer of the process itself from a very privileged perspective. Another aesthetic theory that fits perfectly into the debate about the relation of continuity between aesthetics or art and nature is the better known thesis of American philosopher John Dewey. And here a passage from Art and Experience. So, in his famous book, in his famous 1934 book, Art and Experience, the aim of Dewey was to find a place for aesthetic within the more general experience that human beings have of the world. Dewey's turning point lies in the fact that he wants to trace the origins of aesthetics in experience, not as many scholars before him have done in the work of art, which in his view is no more than one of the possible products of aesthetic experience. It is not a coincidence that his thought is defined as naturalistic pragmatism. In particular, aesthetic experience is one of the highest moments of human experience because it simulates the fundamental process between organism and its environment. Aesthetic experience, in other words, is identified by Dewey as the disruptive phase that necessarily alternates with the phases of ordered relationships that the organism must establish with its environment if it is to ensure its survival. The last two examples I would like to present on the topic of continuity between aesthetics and nature can only be taken from the semiotic world and are Charles Peirce and Yuri Lotman. Regarding Peirce, I submit here in the slide a passage from his lecture on pragmatism and pragmaticism. The subject of the lecture is the correct method for studying the phenomenon, which according to Peirce must be based on three faculties or skills that the scholar should acquire. The first skill to acquire is actually the one that an artist already has. That is the ability to see things as they really are, as they appear before the eyes. One could almost say, without wanting to first-person reasoning, that the artist is one who, more than others, manages to grasp the firstness, so the iconic dimension. Last but not least, Lotman, who in his 1967 paper, quoted and translated by Professor Kuhl in the article Towards Biosemiotics with Yuri Lotman. In this paper, it suggests a similarity between the process leading to the cultural constitution of literary work and that leading to the biological constitution of the cell. We can read here the relationship. The sentence of Lotman is very strong because it claims that relationships between the artistic idea and the construction of a literary work reminds one of the relationship between life and the biological structure of a cell. So, the idea that artistic process, even in cultural realm, is part of the same creative experience of nature is already present in several scholars who deal with aesthetics or are in close contact with it. In other words, artists are those who, to the full extent, embodies natural processes because they are immersed in them and grasp their deepest connections. These theories, however, afford an excellent starting point for reasoning on the continuity between nature and culture in aesthetics, are still at a pioneering level and lack sometimes homogeneity and sometimes even coherence. In order to overcome this limitation, I believe worthwhile to integrate them with the tools and the theoretical background provided by a transdisciplinary field of study such as biosemiotics, which allows us to extend semiosis and accordingly aesthetics to all the living beings. In particular, some questions to be considered in order to build a more coherent aesthetic theory are these four, in my opinion. The first one is, what do we mean by the concept of aesthetic experience or aesthetic process? Should it be limited to the cultural and symbolic human sphere, or can we also find traces of it in other living beings? And in this context, it would also be necessary to clarify what is meant by natural in aesthetics. The second question is closely linked to the first, and is, does the work of art encompass the whole aesthetics experience, or is it only one of its potential cultural specific products? The third one is aesthetic limited to the experience of beauty? And the last one is, how can the aesthetic experience enhance the modelization of the surrounding? The question that underpins all this is precisely the latter, since it is first and foremost essential to demonstrate that aesthetic experience is a modeling system. That is, it enables the creation of models of the surrounding. Of particular interest in this context is the modeling system theory by Seebeck and Marcel Danesi, through which they describe three main modeling systems along the lines of Peirce's firstness, secondness, and thirdness. In the light of this theory, we must therefore ask ourselves where to place aesthetic among the three main modeling systems. The systems that interest us more are the primary, which in its iconic nature is the basis for all the others, and it is in common with all the living beings, and the tertiary, which is symbolic and prevalent in the human realm. The primary modeling system, and I quote from the book The Forms of Meaning by Seebeck and Danesi, can be characterized as the modeling system that allows organisms to simulate something in a specific ways. This system is considered by the two biosemioticians iconic in the sense that it consists of ability to grasp some differences within the umwelt and then synthesize them through similarity. What I want to underline here is that this way to interface with the umwelt is not only the basic modeling for the survival of all living beings, but it's also like that of aesthetic. As Seebeck claims in the essay Prefigurements of Art, here a passage, the grasping of what he defines likeness tempered with by irregularity or difference is the basis of aesthetic process. It follows that aesthetic is not something irrelevant or unimportant, but rather a real tool for survival that allows the classification of the surrounding through the grasping of similitudes and differences. In Prefigurements of Art, indeed, Seebeck set out to research aesthetic behavior not only in human beings, but also in other non-human animals. And after considering a wide variety of examples of aesthetic science divided into four main categories that are kinesthetic, musical, pictorial, and architectural, Seebeck concludes that the aesthetic is common to all living beings and is characterized as a vital classification of the surrounding that occurs through the recognition of meaningful similarities and differences. Such behavior corresponds to what he will describe in his later modeling system theory as the primary modeling system. To classify that means above all to connect the elements of the world, to see its deeper relationship, a quality that had already been attributed by Morris to the artist, but which is also confirmed by Gregory Bateson. Bateson, in Mind and Nature, defines aesthetic as responsive to the pattern which connects, where the elements to be connected are first and foremost mind and nature. The fact that non-human animals are involved in the aesthetic process does not mean that are able to carve the Velvet Christ by Giuseppe Sammartino from a piece of marble. To sketch an answer to the second question, this is only possible in a symbolic space-specific human realm, that is, that of the tertiary modeling system. This modeling system is indeed described by Zibok and Danesi as, I quote, the ability to extend form to stand for abstract reference freely without any apparent sensory connection between the form and the reference. It also entails the ability to utilize forms creatively and resourcefully. Tertiary modeling is especially prevalent in the human realm. So, it also should not be forgotten, however, that the three modeling systems were conceived by Zibok and Danesi not as singular units, but in relation to each other. In this way, the tertiary is dependent on the primary modeling system, which is its basis. In other words, and in conclusion, the work of art does not arise out of nothing in a purely symbolic context, but find its origins in the primary, a modeling system that is in common to all other living beings, thus confirming the continuity between culture and nature also in aesthetics. I finished.
Thank you, Camila. Yeah, so we probably don't, questions, thoughts. And let's try to take two. Philip, is your hand raised?
Hello, Camila. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I would like to mention Adolf Pottmann. I don't know if you know his work, because some of your Italian colleagues, I'm sure they know. For example, Pietro Conte has wrote and prefaced to Italian version of Animal Forms and Patterns. So what do you think about his aesthetic morphology, about the possibility of aesthetic forms without spectators, even without animal spectators, like some kind of natural beauty per se?
Okay, Philip, thank you for the question. I'm Italian, but I don't know Portman very much. So I'm in difficulty to answer the question. What do you mean by natural beauty?
So he is known for aesthetic morphology. So he would animal species display some kind of appearances which are beautiful, even if there is not human observer. And in some of his thoughts, he would go even farther, that there don't have to be even observers from other living beings, but the forms of nature are beautiful per se. It's basically against Darwinian sexual selection and so on.
Okay, yeah, I try to answer the question with Zibok and with the book Prefigurements of Art. That is, the title is Prefigurements of Art, because Zibok claims that there is a boundary between art and prefigurements of art. So Zibok makes a lot of examples of so-called natural beauty. For example, he makes the example of the nest of some birds that is particularly beauty and particularly aesthetic relevant for us and also not for us human beings, But it say this is a boundary, and this boundary is that the human beings as the symbolic dimension that in prefigurements of art it don't call symbolic dimension, but the book say that the human beings have the non-verbal and verbal dimension instead of the animals. So that of the animals are prefigurements of art, and only that of human being is art because of this verbal and verbal dimension. So that, and after the, okay, the morphological discourse is it's a very big discourse, and we have to go on the single scholar and take it as example or so on.
Thank you.
I think one more question. Do we have another question out there? Okay, well, I've got one. The piece that you brought in that mentions my father and responsiveness, looking at aesthetic as responsiveness to the pattern that connects. I think this is, it's a deceptively simple quote, because there's an awful lot in there. Responsiveness is a big piece. And aesthetic is a big piece, and the pattern which connects is a big piece. So it's, it looks like, okay, fine. But actually, it's probably worth taking a moment to really think about what that is, because I think it ties into, first of all, so much of what we've been speaking about today, of these things that are connecting, and that connection, of course, is filled with abductive process, relational process. So looking at aesthetic as the possibility for responsiveness in that is also recognizing that, for me, this is one of the things I see, and that is that, in fact, the aesthetic, which I consider to be more than just beauty, but includes tone and texture, flavor, sensibility, rhythm, the sense, whatever you want to think about that as, that the possibility for response is inside that aesthetic set of limitations. And I think in human terms, we can talk about that in for example, the way you might come into a room, like a conference, okay? And a conference in which there is a particular aesthetic of communication happening. And if you are able to perceive that aesthetic and produce, it is giving you the limitations of what's possible to communicate. And I think that's the piece that we don't want to miss there, is that aesthetic, the possibility of responding is limited by the aesthetic. So I think it's otherwise everything that gets expressed is going to be in relation to that aesthetic, right? If you come into a conference like this and start singing hardcore punk rock, okay, what you're getting is not hardcore punk rock. You're getting the relationship between hardcore punk rock and the tonality of the conference. So no matter what you do, that aesthetic is giving you the limitations of what, not what is said, but what could be said, what could be responded, what could be communicated, what could be sutured in. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments. It will be very useful for me because it's my PhD research, and yeah, the topic is very large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila. And our next speaker is Ekaterina Velmazova, and from Lausanne, Switzerland, and it's on the biosemiotics of beauty. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll share my screen with you. Hmm? Yeah. Dear friends and dear colleagues, it's always a great pleasure to be with you, and thank you for the organization of these gatherings. And thank you thank you so much for putting me in this beautiful conference session. I began to think about my today's topic, speaking with Colby Cool about the notion of beauty, which he was thinking about in biosemiotic terms. It came to my mind that I have already read somewhere about the reflections about the beauty in biological terms. It was still in my childhood, when I hadn't known the word biosemiotics yet. At the time, in the 1980s, I read much science fiction books, and as in the Soviet Union, it was sometimes very difficult to get Western or in general foreign books, we read much of Soviet science fiction, which was not bad either. And one of the most famous Soviet science fiction writers was Ivan Yefremov. Yefremov was at once, or rather primarily, a famous scientist, a doctor of biology and a paleontologist, more precisely the founder of taphonomy, the study of fossilization patterns. Yefremov studied at the biological department of the physics and mathematics faculty of Leningrad State University, where he entered in 1924. In 1925, he began to work at the Geological Museum in Leningrad, but in 1926, he left his studies without receiving a scholarship. He was of non-proletarian origin. His father was from the Transvolga peasants' Old Believers, which was not very conducive to a career in the Soviet Union of the 1920s. Yefremov studied in practice, so to say. Starting from the mid-20s, he participated in many expeditions to the Volga region, to the north of the European part of the USSR, the Urals and Central Asia, and then to the little explored regions of Eastern Siberia, Yakutia, and the Far East. Thus, he acquired a biological view of paleontology. Moreover, during the expeditions, he observed the conditions in which the remains of vertebrates were conserved, which contributed to the geologization of his thinking, as he himself said. And it gave him a very broad, chronologically speaking, view of evolution. In 1930, Yefremov began to work at the Paleontological Institute, which was created precisely at the time in Leningrad, and in 1935, based on the totality of his scientific works, he obtained the degree of candidate of biological sciences under the section Paleontology. In 1941, for the work entitled Fauna of Terrestrial Vertebrates in the Middle Permian Zones of the USSR, Yefremov obtained the degree of Doctor of Biological Sciences. This time, his dissertation mainly concerned the mesofauna of reptiles. Then he wrote works about the remains of dinosaurs in Central Asia, about amphibians, and about pteromorphs. Therefore, even if he didn't receive a systematic academic education, he achieved significant results primarily due to his practical work during the expeditions in which he participated. As a biologist-paleontologist, Yefremov was especially interested in the problems of evolution, which was reflected in a number of his literary works as well. As a writer, I said, Yefremov was very popular in the Soviet Union, and during my childhood, before I knew that he was a scientist, I discovered him as a writer, having read several volumes of his literary works. He really was an unusually prolific writer, and he had a very particular literary style, which I would call a literary scientific one. In his literary writings, he described what he knew well, expeditions, people of science, and their discoveries. The novel I am going to talk about is called Razor's Age, Лезвие бритвы in Russian. I guess that your first association will be William Somerset Maugham and his novel of 1944 with the same title. But in the Soviet Union, there was also a piece of literature with such a title. Here you see the cover of the 1964 edition. This book, albeit not the most famous, but one of his most famous books, was published in 1963. For Yefremov, the aim of this novel was to understand the so-called psychological essence of modern man in order to lay a scientific foundation for educating people of the communist society. There are several storylines in the novel, and first of all, the research of the Soviet scientist Ivan Girin. This is the alter ego of Yefremov himself. And another prototype of this character was, according to Yefremov, the Soviet scientist Alexei Bystrov, anatomist and paleontologist, co-author of Yefremov the Scientist. Bystrov's most famous scientific work was the monograph Past, Present, and Future of Man, so evolution once again, which he had been writing for 10 years, and it was published 2 years before his death in 1967. In 1957. In 1959, it was recognized as the best scientific work of that year at the Leningrad University. But I return to the book by Yefremov. The novel received rather low ratings from Soviet critics. Yefremov was reproached for banality, and one of the critics even called the book an aesthetic centaur, since, in his opinion, the author didn't manage to balance successfully between science and fiction. In general, Yefremov's novel popularized Western concepts of psychoanalysis, talked about the repository of primitive experience in the subconsciousness, and also, and here I come directly to the topic of my paper, discussed the nature of beauty, defined as the highest degree of fittedness or purposefulness, and its importance for human spiritual development. Throughout his life, the book character Girin has been studying the so-called ancient instincts and social prejudices that influence human behavior and, in particular, human ideas about beauty. Despite the entire history of civilization, modern man works, in his words, along the razor's edge when it comes to evolution. In one of the key episodes of the novel, Girin delivers a whole lecture on the biological fittedness of beauty. And in addition, as you understand, the novel was written at the height of the socialist era in the USSR. Therefore, the understanding of beauty reflected in the novel was sharply different in the socialist Soviet and in the capitalist Western worlds, according to Yefremov. So, what is beauty and what is its biological fittedness or purposefulness? And most important, how to describe Yefremov's views using the language of modern biosemiotics. Here is a fragment from the novel. I will allow myself to quote some of its parts, commenting on them, especially since later we'll have a particular paper by Kolovy also about the biosemiotics of beauty. The translation from Russian into English is mine. One cannot help bowing his head before the titanic efforts to understand the beauty in ancient India, in ancient and New Europe, China, Japan. But it's impossible not to see all the futility of these attempts because the explanation was sought outside of man, which means that an interpretant, according to Peirce, is required here. Now, it's already quite clear that the sensations of beauty are embedded in the depth of our being. It means that the interpretant perceives and understands the beauty on the basis of biological and not social characteristics of his being. Therefore, the concept of beauty, according to Yefremov, is objective from the point of view of human biology. We need to go further and establish causal regularities or laws. And this word, law or regularity, was especially loved by the Soviet forerunners of biosemiotics, Let us only recall the famous Normogenesis, or evolution determined by laws, written by Lev Berg in 1922. So it is necessary to establish causal regularities, according to which certain shapes, lines, colors are reflected in our minds as beautiful. And if we talk about human beauty, then you cannot separate it from the feeling of passion, because its original goal is to be a compass in search of the perfect, of what is the best for reproduction. That is, beauty is what serves biological evolution. However, consideration, even the most superficial one, of the great complexity of human structure would take us far. Let's go back to what is the simplest. What are the general starting points of our conclusion that one or another creature is beautiful or handsome? Shiny, smooth and tight skin, thick hair, clear, clean eyes, bright lips. But these are direct indicators of general health, good metabolism, excellent and vital activity. That is, beauty is associated with health, which again is necessary for successful biological evolution. Beautiful straight posture, straight shoulders, attentive gaze, high head, we call it proud. These are signs of activity, energy, of well-developed body, which is in constant action or training. These are signs of alertness, as physiologists would say. It's not for nothing that actors, especially film actresses, dancers, mannequins, everyone for whom their feminine or masculine charm is important, are specially trained to walk, to stand, or to sit in an alert pose. It's not for nothing that the military is favorably different from us civilians and not athletes, but by his smartness and fast movements. That is, once again, beauty is something that indicates health-related activity necessary for successful evolution. Until now, we spoke only about the human beauty, but the concept of beauty, of course, goes beyond the human, as it is associated with biological evolution of other beings as well. I will say more. Have you noticed in what poses animals, dogs, horses, cats become especially beautiful? In moments of the highest alertness, when the animal rises high on its front legs, when it alerts the ears and strains the muscles. Why? Because at such moments, the signs of an active life of the body appear most sharply. The beauty of both man and animal is thus a beauty which is active or biologically active, and which again contributes to the dynamics of evolution, and hence the importance of the concept of energy, which immediately appears. So, a spring of energy in a living human body is perceived by us as beautiful. It attracts us and thereby fulfills the task set by nature to unite the most suitable individuals for the struggle for survival. Of course, here is an implicit reference to Darwin, providing the correct choice. This is the biological importance of the sense of beauty, which played a primary role in the wild state of man and which continues in civilized life. So the sense of beauty has a biological significance. We consider beautiful what is full of energy and health, which means that it contributes to evolution. Needless to say, an excellent chemical balance of the organism in wildlife was of great importance when a person was hunted down by predators or he himself sneaked up on prey. But this is only the first stage of beauty, albeit the main one. Let's go further. What is absolutely beautiful in a person outside of any layers of individual tastes, culture, or exceptional racial deviations? So what are the objective, that is biologically grounded criteria of beauty? First of all, big eyes. Let's say big eyes. The larger the eyes, the larger the surface of the retina, the better the vision. The wider the eyes are set, the more stereoscopic vision is. What else? Beautiful, even tightly set teeth, curved in a regular arc. Such a dental arc is distinguished by the greatest mechanical strength when gnawing hard blunt food or raw meat. Why do we find long eyelashes so attractive? The reason is the same. Long eyelashes are beautiful. They protect the eye well. They seem to us more graceful if they are bent upwards. The feeling is true because the tips bent upward prevent the eyelashes from sticking together or freezing. Therefore, it's our so-called anatomical instinct that helps us to understand what is beautiful and what is not. The anatomical instinct inherent in us is very subtle. Subconsciously, we immediately distinguish and perceive as beauty features that are opposite for different sexes, but we are never mistaken which of the sexes needs what. Just imagine only the reaction of today's feminists on these words. I even don't dare. Convex, strongly protruding muscles under the skin are wonderful for men, but we don't consider them as an advantage for a woman. Why? Because a normally built healthy woman always has a more developed fat layer than a man. This is well known, but it's really so clear to everyone that this is nothing more than a monthly reserve of food in case of sudden hunger when a woman is carrying or feeding a child. Along the way, notice where on the woman's body these subcutaneous food reserves are, in the lower abdomen and in the area around the pelvis. Therefore, this reserve food simultaneously serves as thermal and shockproof insulation for the baby carried in the womb. And at the same time, this subcutaneous layer creates the soft lines of the female body, the most beautiful creation of nature. Finally, one of the main opposites of the sexes are wide hips. They are just ugly in men and constitute one of the most beautiful features of the female body. When I was rereading this now again all the time, I imagined how modern feminists would attack Yefremov. But in the USSR of the 1960s, there were also a lot of such views, and somebody in the novel objects. It was so in the ancient and conservative epoch. Now everything has changed, which proves that you are wrong. There are no eternal canons of beauty. However, it's not so easy to object to the author, a scientist and biologist who has thought a lot about beauty. Oh, I expected similar objections. Indeed, in the history of mankind, there have been many periods when healthy ideals of beauty were temporarily replaced by unhealthy ones. And he gives some examples. But I'm not talking about tastes here, and I'm not in a position to discuss whether they are correct or not. And the writer goes back to the terms of good health, power, and energy, which, so to speak, a person is designed for. In this regard, let's talk a little more about wide hips. The process of giving birth to a child in humans is more difficult than in animals and leads to a sharper gender difference. There is a major contradiction. The vertical gait of a person requires a maximum convergence of the heads of femurs. This facilitates running, balance, and provides enduring walking. But a person is born with a huge round head, and the process of birth requires a wide pelvis with spread hip joints. The curse of Eve, so skillfully used by religion, in pain you will give birth to your children, exists in reality. The process of childbirth in humans is more painful than in animals. In the history of human development, this contradiction has increased, as the increase in the brain required the expansion of the mother's pelvis, while the vertical gait required the narrowing of the pelvis. The solution to this contradiction was partly the fontanelles, not overgrown areas on the crown of the child's head. At the moment of birth, the skull is compressed and the head acquires a characteristic elongated shape, which is subsequently corrected. However, wide hips are still considered as necessary in women, and therefore we consider them beautiful. So, in the instinctive understanding of beauty, this requirement of reproduction was imprinted, merged, of course, with the erotic perception of a woman. So we have analyzed the second main stage of beauty, a harmonious resolution of seemingly destructive contradictions, such as wide hips and vertical gait, for instance. A resolution brought to that only perfect possibility which, like a razor's edge, like a narrow head, sways between opposites. The path of our knowledge of the beautiful, the search for it elsewhere and all around, apparently lies through the search for this fine line formed over a long history and meaning perfection in the many-sided overcoming of the greatest difficulties of existence in nature of a living, thinking creature, man. Let me end here. End of quoting. So, according to Ephraimov, beauty is biologically objective, and its interpretant, the interpretant of the sign, according to Peirce, here is fittedness or purposefulness from the point of view of evolution. Beauty is associated with health, as well as with the harmonious resolution of those contradictions that arise during the evolution. Thus, biosemiotically speaking, the category of beautiful becomes an objective and a universal one. If I sum up now, in the novel Razor's Age, Ephraimov reflects on the biological fittedness or purposefulness of beauty. It distinguishes in particular between beauty and beautifulness in its rather external and more common aspect. The scientist thus defines beauty as the highest degree of expediency and of human suitability for life and struggle for survival, as the highest degree of harmonious correspondence and combination of contradictory elements in every structure, in everything, in every organism. In his opinion, every beautiful line, shape, or combination is an expedient solution worked out by nature over millions of years of natural selection or found by man in his search for the beautiful, that is, for what is most correct for a given thing. Here, of course, Ephraimov implicitly refers to Hegel. And therefore, the concept of beauty for Ephraimov went hand in hand with reasoning in terms of biology and evolution and with the concept of law or regularity. Beauty is considered as a general law, a general regularity that flattens chaos, as great middle in purposeful universality. If the ideals of external beautifulness can change from one era to another, the general concept of beauty remains practically the same from the most ancient eras to the present day because of its foundations in biology, or more specifically, evolution. These arguments about beauty are repeated also in other fragments of Ephraimов's prose. Of course, in all these reflections, Anthropocene was not taken into account. And you have certainly put attention to the fact that in general, Ephraimov speaks only about humans. Only once he mentions some mammals, a horse, a dog, and a cat, and their vision. Nevertheless, he pretends to speak about the evolution in general. But beauty, according to him, is only what can be seen. And it is also not by chance that the first distinctive feature of beauty for him are big eyes, which are necessary to perceive the beauty itself. The general reflection here is double. A Darwinist and a Hegelian lines are clear here with terms such as reproduction or resolution of contradictions. But not only. What is important with reproduction in the understanding of beauty is alertness, which means that qualities are here discussed too. And if qualities are discussed in connection with biology and evolution in general, we are already in biosemiotics, according to Karl Hull. Finally, Ephraimов's style of thinking reminds of some predecessors of Soviet semiotics, researchers, biologists who also lived in Leningrad and spoke about regularities and their role in the process of evolution. I'm speaking first of all about Lev Berg, who has already been presented at one of the gatherings in biosemiotics. And the name of Ephraimov, who is added to this line of reflection, shows once again that it was the whole tradition of such reflections developed in the Soviet Union. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ekaterina. And I guess we have, depending on the length of the questions, a couple of questions or comments.
I have a question. Can I just go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. And speaking of pairs, would you consider developing or necessary to develop the idea of aesthetic interpretant in Peirce's framework? And if this could be somehow more close to the sensorial interpretant or the first classification of interpretant that I just forgot, that is the emotional interpretant. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, sure. Yeah, and surely it's connected with emotions. In a sense, as we all are a result of evolution, we all are beautiful or handsome by definition, which is a very nice consequence of these writings. But particularly beautiful or handsome are those products of evolution who continue to contribute to evolution by perceiving emotionally what is beautiful, who are capable of perceiving the beauty. And paradoxically enough, the more you are capable to perceive emotionally the beauty, the more beautiful you are. Here is the conclusion of this prose.
Alexei, you wanted to join in here.
Unmute. So I haven't unmuted myself. So my question is to Katya. So you described well the stance on beauty of Ivan Yefremov. I'm a big fan of this writer as well. But what do you think of his kind of very conservative stance on beauty? So he is defending this objective basically objective view of beauty, which leads to preservation of the most fitness. So it's kind of very neo-Darwinistic attitude towards evolution and towards aesthetics. Do you think that there is also the place for search for new forms, for variability, for semiotic freedom that may at some point become, so it may be not fit in terms of Darwinist sense, but there may be some kind of searching for novelty may lead to new forms, even if they are not adaptive in the Darwinian sense.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexei. In fact, I thought about you preparing this paper. I was sure you have read this novel. In fact, to answer why his views are such, the Anthropocene was not taken into account. It was still too early for this. And indeed, the Darwinistic line is very strong in the novel, but as you said, he leaves the limits of Darwinism because he begins to discuss qualities, and that is, for me, it was very important. That is not only evolution is taken into account, but also just qualities which we speak about without thinking about evolution, such as energy and alertness. So indeed, being a Darwinist thinker, he at the same time leaves a little bit the limits of the Darwinist paradigm. Maybe he was influenced by Lev Berg, who also lived in Leningrad also. So probably they met in the 1920s, but a particular research would be necessary for this. Thank you for the question.
Are there any more questions? Yeah, Paul.
Yes, I have a question. If you travel through the United Kingdom, particularly where I live, you'll find certain areas that have a very dense population of beauty parlors, hairdressers, tanning, and so on. And when you go to those areas, the question naturally arises, are the people there more beautiful than in other areas, or are they more, well, are they less beautiful than they are in other areas? Which is one way of asking the question, or making the assertion perhaps that doesn't artifice muddy the waters?
Well, I don't know whether you ask me or Yefremov. Maybe the question should be addressed to the writer. So it was quite another epoch, Paul, and other questions were discussed at the time. So it's very difficult to transpose the writings of Yefremov to our epoch. So it was just another time.
No, you're right. But in a way, what we're saying is that what has intervened in the meantime is possibly a much greater sense of artifice in questions of this kind.
Yeah, but once again, maybe we should define beauty, because here he speaks about beauty, thinking that instinctively we understand what it is, but he has no definition. But I know that Kalevi is going to give you a beautiful definition of beauty, so just wait a little. Thank you, Paul.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I think we should get started with the last talk of the day. And Kalevi, that's you on the biosemiotics of beauty. Are you ready? We don't hear you. You're muted, Kalevi.
Dear friends,
there you go. Oh,
I'm now in an interesting position. That was very nice, of course, to have these talks about beauty before me. But for myself, as a serious biologist, the topic of beauty, of course, has been something what I couldn't ever take seriously. That's nothing for true biology, I have thought always. So I'm surprising myself now that I am speaking about that, but there is really a reason. So first, of course, I never really took seriously all these social biological approaches where they say that beauty is sort of handicap feature, what's actually mostly now in popular biological literature and even scientific one. I just think that this is mainly a human eye for whom, say, these long tails and various strange forms look beautiful. Whether they look indeed beautiful for those species themselves, that has to be proved. So I have never seen the real proof for that. So therefore, I don't think that I cannot take it seriously. So nevertheless, I'd like to share some ideas now about this aesthetic qualities, because I think I touch in my now understanding something what may be productive. So let me try to now to share. Oh, I can share here. Share screen. Share screen. Aha. Yes. Share. So play. Can you see this? Yes.
yes, we can. Thank you.
So, I'd like to understand aesthetic from the point of view of those other organisms themselves. So, that means the beauty of the earthworm or whomever as it is now in a true deep sense. In many ways, semiotics is a field that is searching answers to very complex questions. And that is what is beauty is, obviously, I think, one of these. Interestingly, the nature of aesthetic hasn't been seen as a general problem in theoretical biology, even I would say, while it was at the same time important focus for several semioticians. For instance, Yuri Lotman's whole academic work was an attempt to answer the question, what is art? Or the problem of aesthetic was also rather central for Umberto Eco throughout his career. So I guess that beauty has been so marginal, really, in biology, because biology has lacked the proper tools to study aesthetic. And I'd like to argue that biosemiotics is namely the single area without which the nature of aesthetic cannot be resolved. In other terms, now let us investigate what else can be there a consequence of semiosis besides habit. So my hypothesis, or actually, point will be that tendency towards beauty is one of rather general features of semiosis, however, not so general as habitation. And that has been not so easy to discover because it is not reflected so well in arts. Say, art already sort of reverses or turns over this good tendency. But it can be seen now in pre-linguistic semiosis. So, what's aesthetic? Often it's said aesthetic qualities are defined as those that are sensibly attractive and experientially pleasing, but to whom? And that's not so easy to define anyhow and specify. However, we may also assume that achieving a better definition is itself a stepwise process and depends on the deepening of understanding the aesthetic. Now, maybe more to argue why at all to think about this problem, why it's important to study. First, the nature of aesthetic is not yet finally discovered, I would say. Most of the earlier work of aesthetic has been limited to humanities, assuming that the quality of beauty is related to human perception. But what's so human specific in case of beauty, it's actually not clear at all. So the view, or maybe implication of that, it would really be that understanding of nature of beauty belongs to the area of biology. And second reason concerns the problem of nature of intrinsic value of life, as formulated in deep ecology by Arne Næss, which is still not ultimately resolved. It's reasonable to think that the life's value itself is of aesthetic nature. And third reason concerns the ways of how culture changes the earth. When people attempt to make the surrounding beautiful, they usually replace natural by artificial, by which nature is turned into culture and the richness of life becomes largely destroyed. Protection of native ecosystems often requires a shift in aesthetic preferences. The scientific arguments for the importance of biodiversity preservation are clearly insufficient, though this would be maybe effective only if they are supplied by aesthetic preferences and explanations. So, Now, that bioaesthetic is currently in the air can be seen also from the approach called evolutionary aesthetics, which has received attention, particularly in the last 2 decades. Here, one edited volumes, and then Rothenberg's Survival of the Beautiful, and Richard Proom's The Evolution of Beauty are just some the most well-known examples. But there are also works in biosemiotic aesthetics, just some books, Andreas Weber's Biopoetics, Dario Martinelli's Zoomusicology, and Katja Mandoki's on bioaesthetics. And in addition, the whole row of very good papers by Harris Jones on Bateson's ecological aesthetics, Tommy Vehkavaara on Persian aesthetics, Wendy Wheeler, Kate Rigby, of course, Portman's interpretations of Portman, and more. Which means the topic is not new. However, the solution I'm going to propose has some specifics. And this stems from how I currently understand semiosis. Now, closer to the point, here one important distinction I need is distinction between aesthetic and artistic. So let artistic be defined as the willful aesthetic, that means specifically human. While in case of aesthetic of other species, we could say similarly to how we say about usage of science, they use science without knowing they are using science. Here the same thing, they do aesthetic without knowing they are doing aesthetic. Two assumptions from general aesthetic also important and needed. First, what is aesthetically valuable, that means what is considered beautiful is relative. Like culture dependent, or also dependent on historical period. This is well known, and this implies that aesthetic values are not universal. However, this may be rather well agreed or shared in a particular culture or in a particular era. Moreover, there are also individual differences also, of course. And now thus extending this concept of aesthetic values to other species, we can obviously conclude that aesthetic values are also relative in sense of species. They can be species specific. Each species may have its own aesthetic preferences. Now, and another point here is that in case of artwork, what gives value to it? The object is sensed to be aesthetically more valuable, usually, if it is valuable in many aspects of meaning. That means the multiplicity or meaningfulness or polysemy seems to be an important feature of beauty. There might be some exception, particularly in case of human aesthetics, but more on this a bit later. But now, let's start with the idea I'd like to convey, the general semiotic approach to aesthetics. And this starts now from definition of semiosis. So there are many definitions of semiosis. I think that's that's a little modification, but also not so new. Semiosis or interpretation is a creation and collapse of multiple possibilities. So possibilities are there due to semiosis, but semiosis also does something with this. It takes one interpretation. In that sense, the multiplicity of possibilities is collapsing in semiosis, via semiosis, due to semiosis. Here, I can also say this is what is happening there is something like choice in a general sense. I can also here refer to Jesper Hofmeyr that he has used the term choice in a similar way when saying that when a bacterial cell finds itself somewhere and can swim right instead of left, the cell is making a choice. Jesper's words. And that's not a single sentence where he's using exactly in that sense the word choice. But here I would also add a useful two little quotes from Barend van Huisten. From his work, Aesthetic and Artistic Semiosis, a Persian Perspective. It is an abductive process in the overcoming of a semiotic contradiction by the creation of a new sign that the aesthetic dimension of semiosis can be located. And that means, you see, semiosis removes that incompatibility or contradiction, yeah? Or the aesthetic dimension of semiosis is the dimension of the emerging sign. Say, what I like to point out here that what semiosis does has a certain directionality, slight directionality. So it removes incompatibility. That means, say, this is not random. This is not just choosing whichever. In a way, as if, but it changes in this way as if keeps certain route in a very general sense. And that's now about what I would say this is now this aesthetic dimension. Now, also semiosis science processes are memory processes. Let me also define here semiotic memory. Semiotic memory is a trace from a choice that influences further choices. Trace from a choice that influences or frames or scaffolds the further choices. When we define in so general way, we can also see that organic form in general is a part of semiotic memory. Some additional or corollaries here. What semiosis does now, it solves incompatibilities, it solves contradiction, it solves problems. Life is problem solving, as Karl Popper has formulated. Even in this way, a world, it's the title of one of his work, A World Without Natural Selection, but with Problem Solving. You can see here this strong, strongly, contrary to this Darwinian approach. Semiosis that modifies memory can solve the problem. Possibilities interfere each other. Semiosis removes that interference, at least for one period of functional cycle. If we think a functional cycle as a process, a physiological process, what is going on at semiosis. So, as Uxküll says, functional cycle is working until it deletes its source. Thus, a functional cycle is like self-rewarding or self-supervising learning, we can see here. Thus, and this is very important, what semiosis does has certain slight directionality. Semiosis is not going by chance, neither it is random. So by resolving, semiosis increases, we could say, certain fittedness. And here is some help from ecological phenomenon of fittedness. What is ecological fitting? That is a nice concept introduced by Daniel Janssen, who is a tropical ecologist studying Costa Rica ecosystems and trying to explain how and why species live together. And he says that while common explanation has been that those who are living together are just those species who have co-evolved during the long evolution, he says maybe not. It is commonly assumed that a pair of species whose traits are mutualistically congruent have co-evolved. For example, it is quite possible that the fruit traits of a mammal-dispersed seed co-evolved with the mammal's dietary needs. However, it is also quite possible that the mammal entered the plant's habitat with its dietary preferences already established and simply began feeding on the fruits of the species that fulfilled them. Searched and found. When this occurs, it is those species that are most exactly congruent which will appear most co-evolved, yet are likely to be the least co-evolved. And Daniel Janssen continues, a major part of the Earth's surface may be occupied largely by organisms that are rich in ecological interactions and have virtually no detailed evolutionary history with one another. So he is in this way introducing that idea of ecological fitting, which is not fitness at all. It's just organisms that fit to each other because they have found that everything works if they live together, so in several ways. So we can now generalize that concept of ecological fitting into semiotic fitting, and say, while looking at this ecological fitting is just one special case of that, and semiotic fitting is the agent's capacity of making and preserving the local semiotic bonds, meaning the agent's functional or communicational match with its surroundings. And obviously semiosis often leads to semiotic fitting. Semiotic fitting is also, we can see, not one-step process. So it's not achieved in one act of semiosis, because there are many different interactions, interpretations that an agent has, and these cannot be realized all at once. So main statement, semiotic fitting is the fundamental aesthetic process. Because it is a result of removal of certain incompatibilities, and note that semiotic fitting is system dependent. It doesn't require human eye if humans are not part of the particular living system. So, semiotic fitting is a process in ecosystems or biological communities. There are very many aspects of living that should fit, including with many organisms and species. The longer a community can develop, the more relations, more aspects of fittedness it can achieve, which implies that the older communities are generally more rich, better fitted. That means more beautiful from the system's own perspective, of course. Like an old forest, old meadow, oh, why not old city, and so on. But also, there are semiotic processes inside the organism, endosemiosis, which means the development of organism's own form is, at least some extent, the product of semiotic fitting, which means the organism's form, both inside and outside, is affected by the fundamental aesthetic process, the semiotic fitting. Well, think of beauty of construction and movement of any bird, of swallow. There is everything perfect, isn't it? Let me also ask Jakob von Uexküll for a help. He made important distinction between Anpassung and Einpassung. And this is precisely here, this, we could say that's Darwinian fitness, and which is Anpassung, and this fittedness via active search of agent as Einpassung. Jakob von Uexküll writes, the I-tone of an organism that acts in its specific umwelt is not the result of a gradual adaptation or Anpassung in evolutionary time, as Darwin thought, or the influence of the environment on the individual development of an organism, as Lamarck thought, but it is adjustment or fittedness, Einpassung. Uexküll also claims that every species is perfectly fitted to the world. That is his concept of Einpassung, because that happens relatively quickly, very quickly in comparison to evolutionary adaptation. Semiosis includes both perception and organic development. Both are interpretations, at least in some extent. It's what they share. Both are based on search and decision and memory modification. And both are iterative. That means many steps processes. Both are biohermeneutic, we could say. Thus, the perception and morphogenesis share the tendency towards semiotic fitting. That means both are involved in the aesthetic process. Thus, the forms one likes and the forms the life stepwise creates have some convergence, or which can be recognized as perfect, multidimensional, and multimodal fittedness, or ecological aesthetics, as Bateson says, or biopoetics, as Andreas Weber. Or this is perfection and not progress. Now, on universality again, there is rightful saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Each beholder is individual. However, likewise, people, all organisms share something in their structure and processes. This is the scaffolding of memory that canalizes the choices one makes. Sharing the relations, that means memory, which is a product of experience, the form and development, is the basis of sharing of some aesthetic values. That's the basis of cultural specificity and also species specificity. Now, all living organisms share some basic cellular structure, metabolism, and basic needs, which means that there might be even some aesthetic qualities towards which most organisms tend to develop. Biologists almost never ask whether there is anything in common in the morphology of all organisms, because the diversity of organic forms is so vast. However, there is an architect who was brave enough to ask and to try to answer positively after and to try to answer positively to the question whether there is something common in living forms, say, and that was that is Christopher Alexander. Many thanks to Murdine Anderson, who years ago paid our attention to his work. So as an architect, he was brave enough to ask and to try to find out, after careful studies, the 15 features that are rather common to all living forms. Levels of scale, strong centers, boundaries, alternating repetition, positive space, good shape, local symmetries, deep interlock and ambiguity, contrast, gradients, roughness, echoes, void, simplicity, and inner calm, not separateness. So if he's right, if these are really almost clearly not absolute universals, but rather general features of organic forms, say, then why so? So if there is now such a deep aesthetic process coming from semiosis, say, then that can be a sort of, indeed, explanation, and then that's obvious that there can be this kind of common features in life's morphology. So these are his drawings just of these 15 features. Now, one more aspect here, just about the artistic, I would say, because say this difference between human understanding of aesthetic and other species still exists, there obviously exists. But this presumes some typology or maybe hierarchy of the aesthetic forms. Our very general account, the definition of beauty will become simply more sensible if we add the dimension of the types of semiosis, which means this approach implies that there could be or would exist vegetative beauty, animal beauty, emotional beauty, rational beauty. Each of these creates the beautiful forms, while their characteristic features are rather different. We can very briefly just maybe characterize like this, that vegetative aesthetic imprints is going via imprinting which assimilates patterns, and animal aesthetic is association, which assimilates correlations. Empathic is imitation, which assimilates analogies and movements. And artistic now that going more self-conscious, which can assimilate inconsistencies and contradictions. So, and in that way, going against, sometimes also against that deep aesthetic process. And everybody knows, of course, the contemporary art is not at all interested in beauty, mostly or mainly. Thus, an implication we arrive into is telling that while the animal and empathic aesthetic process strongly leads towards beauty, then in case of vegetative and willful aesthetic, we may see it a bit less. Less in case of vegetative because there are rather little capacities to influence memory. And less in case of willful artistic semiosis because there is too much memory and the purposes can be willfully changed. Now also maybe a little, or probably that's time over, yeah? What it is with time?
I think you're at time, but also this is kind of what we're all here for. So maybe we allow the
conclusion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have an open discussion coming after, so we can do it.
Conclusion. Definition of beauty. Beauty is the perfect semiotic fittedness. As a result of semiotic fitting, which resolves incompatibilities there exists a tendency in the living nature towards becoming beautiful. In case of non-humans, it is always multi-contextual. In case of humans, it may also be decontextualized and, say, rather different. Beauty is species-specific. It includes all possible modalities. Thus, in order to live in a truly rich and valuable world, we should try to start from the biosemiotic aesthetic and try to understand the animal, fungal, vegetative beauty, the intrinsic beauty of life processes. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you so much. Just beautiful. No pun intended. But I know that we are coming to the end of the day. And what we have scheduled between 7 and 7:30, which we squarely are between 7 and 7:30 Stockholm time, is some open discussion. So why don't we just hold the open discussion now and include the conversation just from the whole day? Is that okay with you, Kalevi?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's just do that then. So maybe if we can get out of share screen and come back together.
We'll do that. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you know. Yeah, go ahead, Alexei.
So my question is to Kalevi. So do we need the term beauty in biosemiotics if beauty is species specific and it is never achievable in terms of perfect semiotic fittedness because it is so multidimensional? So why shouldn't we use Christopher Alexander notion of universals of adaptive forms, something like that?
In a way, this is a terminological question, of course, but I just think that temporarily using here the term beauty would maybe help us to see more interesting links. And maybe later, when that the whole theory will become more elaborated, we will use more neutral terms.
Thank you.
Let's see, who was next? Yamin? Yamin? You're muted.
I think Philip was next.
Oh, sorry, Philip, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I would like to ask participants of the last session, or also to others, what do they think about Darwinian concept of sexual selection? Because, like, if I compare it to most of the talks and debates I have heard today, I would say it's more inclusive to animals, like in terms of aesthetics. So Darwin would say that, for example, in courtship of peacocks, they are selecting not the fit individuals, but the beautiful individuals. So I would just like to hear feedback on this. Like for Darwin, there would be really like a continuum between non-humans and humans in terms of having a sense of beauty.
My brief answer was that simply that's not beauty. What is yeah, the object in case of sexual selection?
But it would be aesthetics, Kalevi.
No.
Why not? Because, no. For example, with semiotic fitting, you said it's a process in biological communities. So, like, if there is interaction of peacocks in some contexts, like courtship, so you could also say this is semiotic fitting and there is aesthetic going on.
I would simply say that's too little of that semiotic fitting in order to take that example as anything special. Rather, I think this is just a very decontextualized aspects there what are chosen, and so that's no. I think in order to understand first, just better to forget this this example. But Portman is the right one to go.
It's interesting in the chat, Kalevi, there was a quote from Gregory about how it's actually one of his definitions of ecology, where he's talking about how organisms never have just one purpose. Mm-hmm. The antlers on the deer have they attract the female deer. They show the ability to fight to the other male deers. They are, when they scratch on the bark, they make it possible for particular insects to be there. When they fall on the ground, they provide home for other things, so that whatever it is in a multi-contextual relational process. And that nature never does one thing at a time. And so I just think that ties in here to this idea of the aesthetic being that possibility for perceiving relational, relationing. Anyway, I think, Yamin, you were next, right?
Okay, yes, thank you. Thanks so much, Kalevi. Really an exciting presentation with a lot to follow up on. I would like to follow up on your brave definition, which I was glad to see included fittedness, which you're developing. I wonder what you would think about modifying it just slightly to beauty is the feeling of perfect semiotic fittedness. And one elegant reason for doing that might be the nature of fittedness mapped on to diagrams. Diagrams, types, and tokens are, as we know, part of iconic relations. And what we oftentimes miss is their interrelationship with tones, that we never get. You never get an icon type or an icon token without an icon tone, the tone being the qualisign that makes everything else matter. And when we're talking about fittedness, we're talking about aspects of feeling and desire that factor into aesthetic judgment that is very experiential. So I wonder what you'd think about modifying the definition in that way.
I think that when already saying semiotic there, in Persian sense, that semiotic in this general sense, as you just are referring, cannot go without feeling. So in that sense, I don't think it adds anything.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether it was Gary or Stephen next.
Stephen, you go ahead.
Wait, unmute, and now thank you. So one of the, one thing that came to me during these talks is that we have two phases of a cycle, which isn't really a cycle because it's all one thing. In ordinary language, we have the word aesthetics, which usually refers to the passive perception of art or beauty. And we have art making, which is the active making. And obviously they're constantly interacting in every one of us. Gregory Bateson was told by his father that a Bateson could be a scientist, not an artist, that somehow being an artist was too lofty or challenging or in the realm beyond. William Bateson was a huge appreciator and collector of art, but this had tragic consequences for Gregory's brothers, Martin, and Gregory, by the end of his life, had really overcome this duality. And here, of course, we have Nora Bateson, who couldn't care less whether we're talking about aesthetics or art or making or perceiving, because it's all one activity. So for us as creatures, and perhaps for our interactions with other creatures, I'm not sure if that dichotomy really exists. We tend to talk about aesthetics if we're scientists, because we like to place ourselves on the passive or perceiving end of that equation. But I've recently had experience playing duets with dogs, and it's a two-way experience. You can't, of course, you cannot define in words what another living creature is experiencing, but you know that something is happening, and it is an exchange across a medium, which is not words. We have the bowerbirds who create these incredibly elaborate things where, I don't know if you want to call it sculpture or architecture. It's a combination, a multimodal combination of architecture, sculpture, dance, painting, theater that the bowerbirds perform for each other that may take weeks to construct. And supposedly it has a sexual selection function. But then there's all the male bowerbirds who make the bowers, and they're never selected by a female, but they still spend weeks making these bowers. And when you see films of the bowerbirds, the sexual activity takes like 1/10 of a second. And the making of the bowerbird takes weeks of continuous activity. So to say that art making or aesthetic activity is somehow subservient to this overall purpose of evolutionary, it's just about who's going to get the genes passed on. It just doesn't compute with those of us who are living creatures who engage in this activity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gary.
So I put this in the chat. Beauty may be relative to context in the eye of the beholder, so to speak. But there may be perhaps some more generalizable features of beauty. And when in doubt, I often will turn to Charles Sanders Peirce for some guidance. And Peirce, talked about aesthetics, and he talked about aesthetics in terms of the growth of concrete reasonableness, which is a process. It's not a thing. It's not a feature. It's a process whereby there is a growth of knowledge integrated with love. Right. And so I threw there's just a wonderful quote from Peirce that I really do need to read in this context. What he adores, if he is a good pragmaticist, is power, but not the sham power of brute force, which even in its own specialty of spoiling things, secures such slight results, but the creative power of reasonableness, which subdues all other powers and rules over them with its scepter, knowledge, and its globe, love. I think that's a statement to be considered carefully. I think that, you know, the integration of reason and logic together with empathy and concern for the other is a balance that we ought to think about seeking out. And perhaps the growth of concrete reasonableness will bring us to better places. Just a thought to consider.
Okay. I think Dawn or Tori, I'm not sure which one of you. Tori, are you next?
It's almost Dawn's bedtime, so maybe you better go
Yeah,
first.
okay. Let's get him while he's awake. I think it's way past his bedtime.
Tori, you know me how many years? I am the last guy out of the bar. As long as there's a gatherings, I'm it's about going on 2 now. I'll just be very, very quick because my goal is to understand Kalevi in this case. And I kind of, if I'm hearing Kalevi right, it's not even so much about perception and liking and things like this. Like so many times when I hear Kalevi, my first instinct is absolutely no, that's not right. That's not right. And then oh yeah, it's right than I thought it was. So let me check my understanding with you, Kalevi. When you said that to be beautiful is to eliminate incompatibilities and not assimilate contradictions, I thought, oh my God, that's horrible. Am I beautiful if I go around eliminating contradictions and not assimilating incompatibilities? But then again, kind of in Gary's sense, I'm thinking, okay, if the idea is to exert my power to literally remove that which is incompatible to me, yes, that's not beautiful. That's not increasing the harmony. If I change myself to make myself compatible with surrounds, right, that I'm adding fittedness to the world, right, or any organism would be. So in this sense, the organisms that are making themselves compatible with things that may originally be incompatible or contradictory, then that is an act of fitting. So my question to you is the increase of harmony within an ecosystem beautiful? It seems that way to us. The increase of harmony within a social system seems beautiful. But is harmony itself the value, the making more compatible among all the interaction organisms rather than less? Is this kind of what you're thinking about when you're talking about semiotic fittedness?
Yeah. Here more or less I think, but it depends on now again what is exactly harmony, but something like this I think, yeah.
But harmony again would be compatibility, finding a way to make these things work together, establishing contrapuntal duets.
When systems complexity grows, but not deterministically, but say via search and find and problem solving. So what is going on then? So that process, what is going on when a community becomes older and older and older, I mean, ecosystem. So at the same time, richer and richer and more fine-tuned links between their members. So more and more full cycles of life can be embedded there. So everything fits so well, like in an old forest. So what's that? Say that process towards say early successional phase when you put the same species there, half of them are gone in next year. So because the whole process takes time. So that's yeah, I think that's a model example. Now, whether what's growing there is beauty, that's now, of course, maybe terminological question, but I do think it is more or less like what we understand by it, or harmony.
Great.
Yeah, Tori.
I'll try to say this in half a minute. I don't talk much about beauty, although I discuss art all the time. And it's very contentious, and people assume that you're being prescriptive whenever you describe, what goes into something that's beautiful. It is pattern, formation, it is balance, it is harmony. But what I do talk about is what is art, not what is beautiful, what makes something artistic. And to give an example, Rembrandt's painting of a lighthouse, of course, of a, not lighthouse, but a windmill. There's much technique there, much understanding of color theory and perspective and so forth, which make the painting beautiful. But what makes it artistic is the fact that it's lit similarly to the way that he lights his portraits, with a glow on the face. It's upright, so it seems like a human figure, and it has its arms are at a cross, which makes it seem like, the Christ cross or something like that. So in addition to all these beautiful elements, there is this, that means something. It stands for something else. It's pointing to something else. And so I think for artistic things, it's, yes, it has to be beautiful, of course, but then it has to do this other thing. And I'll also note that in terms of beauty, like I study butterfly wing patterns, and they are, everybody says how beautiful they are and so forth. But more likely, and this is the same is true with beetles, is that's a case when selection is not working. And nature is allowed to express the full range of structural patterns that is available to butterfly wing patterns, because they aren't serving a purpose of reproductive fitness. And that's why you have such a diversity in the number of butterfly patterns that are out there. So that's to counter the idea that beauty is fitness. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. And I believe, Mark, that you're next.
Hi there. Yeah. I've been interested in the aesthetic of landscape for about 30 years. And I can recommend a book by Ronald Hepburn called Wonder. Now, I find landscape beautiful and aesthetically it has qualities. And I believe that animals also find beauty in landscape. And I observe this, say, in the flight of birds that seem to just glide for the pleasure of it and things like this. I was wondering what it is about landscape that might provide the aesthetic for animals, and how this connects with the experience of animals in captivity, and perhaps how does this relate to Kalevi's ideas?
The aesthetic quality, according to my understanding, it is, polysemios. So that means many meaningful relations. So, and that is now also what's different between the animal in captivity and in the wild. So, the meaningful richness of meaningfulness is just much lower there in captivity, anyhow, and that's that also.
So yes, you're saying that there's a lack of richness in the captive environment, and I was wondering what it is about the landscape that has richness. Is it just purely the variety of color and movement and contrast and things like that. It's purely physiological. But then one can also talk about the internal physiology of the animal and how it relates to the experientially.
No, so many more patterns to be connected to, so many more patterns to recognize and to be linked. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yagmur?
Kalevi, I somewhat would like to have the dynamic aspect in that. So harmony, okay, there's a harmony between what and what. Actually, when I think of harmony in the context of aesthetics, it's not the harmony within the aesthetic object or the particular living being that comes to the fore in my mind, but the harmony between the perceiver, the observer, and the beautiful entity. And this is, for me, a snapshot of a dynamic process, actually. And it is actually a dance of expectation and encounter. So when these two match, I suppose we have this situation of aesthetics. How would you comment on that?
You're absolutely right, of course, because any semiotic relation is dynamic relation. So therefore, to think about just a passive form, we cannot say whether this is beautiful or not without the process in which it is involved. So
what would you say about the expectation? What would you say about the expectation? Which I'd say, use metaphorically, of course, somewhat in a more humanistic term.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, okay. So we discuss it later then.
I think it's a beautiful discussion, and we have a few more days ahead of us to keep exploring and enriching, and just looking forward to all of that, and letting the ideas meet other ideas, the images meet other images, memories meet memories. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody, for today.
One note I'd like to make
Thank you.
for everyone before we leave is that the posters are now up on the website. So if you go to our website, you'll be able to see our poster presentations. Okay, they're definitely worth your look. And then on Thursday, you'll be able to talk to those poster presenters who are here with us. Okay, so I just wanted to make that announcement. Okay, thank you all again.
Thank you so much, everybody.
See you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Don.
Oh, you're still here, Daniel. Okay, it's recording stopped. Woo, what a long day. Okay, our 21st annual gatherings is real. That's good. Very, very good. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Claudio is still with us. Thank you, Claudio, and just thank you, everyone. All right, I will go to bed.
Super interesting day. Are you okay, Don? Are you okay?
Yeah, sleep well.
Energized with pure biosemiotics. Nothing better than that. Good night, everyone.
So I take off the meeting now.
You may. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
See you all tomorrow.
Bye, Oscar, and all the best.
1:30. Leave. I would like to turn it off. No.